When Lin Mo came to, it felt like there was a heavy stone lodged in his head. A cave, a fire pit, and a circle of shadowy figures all staring right at him. He assumed he had been rescued. That is, until those figures began rising to their feet, and the shortest one barely avoided bumping their head on the roof of the cave. Lin Mo was from the year 2088, a wilderness vlogger. After graduating college, his attempt at a startup failed miserably, leaving him buried in debt. Pivoting out of desperation, he turned his outdoor survival hobby into content creation. Earlier that day, he had been camping in the southern rainforest when he tripped and fell, and now, here he was. He strained his memory to recall the last moment before blacking out. Just faintly, he remembered seeing glowing lines of text flash before his eyes. He tried to make sense of it, but his head gave out before he could. That brief glimpse afforded him only one clear phrase. Intelligence panel activated. But there was no time to dwell on that now. He remained motionless, his eyes half open, observing his surroundings. Grass skirts, animal hides, sun-kissed brown skin. There was no trace of anything modern. Their speech was hesitant, as though they were learning a language they hadn't yet mastered. But Lin Mo could roughly understand what they were saying. Two women were arguing over him. One was called Ame, and the other Aya. Ame was the one who knocked him out and dragged him here. Her reasoning was straightforward. Without men, their tribe couldn't survive. Aya, on the other hand, believed he was too much of an unknown. Keeping him might invite trouble. Then Aya sealed her assessment with one final, decisive remark. But if he's willing to stay, he can stay. Lin Mo quickly sorted through what little information he had. From what he knew, facts as fundamental as the laws of physics, there shouldn't be any primitive tribes left. Not in China, and certainly not anywhere in the world. But these women? The shortest of them was over 2 meters, about 7 feet, the type of physical presence you couldn't fake. Their skin bore scars and tans from years of exposure to the elements. The wildness in their eyes wasn't some production for a reality show. It was raw and genuine. One thing became crystal clear to him. He had traveled through time. And not just that. He had landed in some bygone era of primitive tribes. A tribe populated entirely by women towering at least a head taller than he was. Ame had already moved closer. She crouched beside him and jostled him like a rattle, trying to wake him. Lin Mo groaned, giving up the ruse, and opened his eyes. Immediately, all the gazes in the cave locked onto him. Aya stepped forward, her words direct and deliberate, waiting for his answer. "Man, do you want to stay in our tribe?" Lin Mo didn't reply right away. He instinctively touched the sizable lump on the back of his head. It was from Ame's blow. Now, she crouched there, rubbing the spot with a guilt-stricken expression as innocent as a child's. But this child stood a daunting 2.2 meters, over 7 feet tall, easily over 200 pounds, and her hands were large enough to cover his entire face. The rest of the women in the cave were also watching him, waiting. The shortest among them stood close to 2 meters, about 6.5 feet. Meanwhile, Aya, who was clearly their leader, loomed at 2.5 meters, over 8 feet tall. She exuded calm authority, speaking rarely but with an air of finality. It was Aya who matter-of-factly told Lin Mo earlier, "You can leave if you want, but if you walk out there and get eaten, it's none of our concern." Lin Mo knew it wasn't a threat, it was the truth. From the moment he'd stepped into this strange new world, from the damp rainforest into this dry, desolate woodland, there was no going back. This wasn't getting lost. This wasn't a dream. It was real. He was truly trapped in an unfamiliar era. So, in truth, his choice wasn't much of a choice at all. "I'll join your tribe." The tense atmosphere in the cave broke instantly. The women erupted into cheers, the sound so loud it dislodged bits of stone from the cave's ceiling. Lin Mo instinctively took half a step back. It wasn't that he wasn't moved. It was just overwhelming. Being surrounded by 20-something women, each over 6.5 feet tall, jumping and shouting in excitement was an experience, to say the least. Ame immediately presented him with a gift she had prepared for him. It was a platter made of leaves, arranged with great care. At the center sat a dissected insect, its innards spilling out, accompanied by translucent eggs streaked with blood. Lin Mo gulped and pinched one of the pale eggs. With his eyes shut tight, he swallowed it down. He wasn't starving, far from it. But he could tell Ame was genuinely apologizing, and sincerity deserved a response. From the side, Aya laughed softly for the first time. The real trouble, however, revealed itself the moment Lin Imo stepped outside the cave. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and took in a deep breath. The humidity, the pressure, the wind, it was unmistakably a rainforest. He looked down at their so-called village. No fences, no tents, no signs of structure, just a natural cave. The grass had been cleared in patches, and a lone chipped stone lay in a corner, the most advanced tool in the entire tribe. No pottery, no metal, not even visible fire. He desperately hoped they had fire. This wasn't just primitive, it was the Stone Age. The Real Stone Age. Lin Mo had been just an ordinary guy who liked watching wilderness survival videos online. The kind of fan who admired vlogger courage from the comfort of his own screen. His actual survival skills? Nearly zero. But now, he wasn't just a vlogger anymore. He was the only man in a Paleolithic tribe, and this tribe was looking at him, silently expecting him to prove his worth. "You smell nice." A shadow loomed over him. It was Ame. Her large, curious eyes filled with a sort of sincerity, and the way she enunciated "smell nice" made it clear she'd intended it as the loftiest compliment. Lin Mo didn't flinch or step back. He simply tilted his head upward and met her gaze square on. With their size difference, there was no point in retreating anyway. Might as well put on a brave face. At that very moment, his stomach let out a loud growl. Grillel. Roughly 20 pairs of eyes instantly turned toward him. Aya reacted first, issuing her order in a tone that brooked no argument. "Feed the man." The giant women sprang into action. One offered him insect eggs, another pressed fruit into his hands. Lin Mo took one sweeping glance at their food supply and realized the harsh reality. This tribe had no food reserves. They survived meal to meal, hunting each day just to eat. That wasn't the real problem. What they lacked wasn't just a man. What they needed was someone who could change their way of life. Lin Mo accepted the food and began to eat, though his mind had already shifted to another matter. The wilderness survival skills he had learned from watching countless videos and tutorials. Those were probably the only truly valuable thing he had to offer in this world. But knowing and doing had never been the same thing. First, he had to figure out what could be used here, what couldn't, and where the tribe's most dangerous weaknesses lay. There wasn't much time. Judging by the situation, they clearly hadn't gone hunting today. 23 towering women, each over 6.5 feet tall, and they were relying on one modern man to sustain them all. Lin Mo sat inside the cave, staring at the food laid out before him, wild fruits, roots, and a few bug carcasses. He stayed silent for a moment before politely declining. This place they called the Great Tribe. To be blunt, it was an exile ground. Aya was their queen, Ame was one of their senior members, and the other 20-odd towering women were all outcasts from their original tribes. The reasons weren't hard to guess. They ate too much, worked too little, were timid, or their sheer size scared off prey. Any one of these traits was a death sentence in a primitive society. They had barely made it through the rainy season by foraging. But now the rains had temporarily ceased, and the edible resources in the vicinity were nearly depleted. The real issue was that the rainy season wasn't over, just paused. It could return at any moment. Moving to a new location? The last time they tried relocating, they lost 2 people, unable to find shelter, drenched in icy rain, unable to light a fire or find food. They just died. So moving was off the table. The food problem had to be solved here and now. And there was only one solution: hunting. According to their limited understanding, the only creatures capable of hunting were men. Aya had been very clear about it. "Man, you hunt." Lin Mo agreed. He knew he didn't have the right to refuse. But he also knew that even with his modern knowledge, surviving in this place was going to be incredibly difficult. The primitive jungle was not a theme park. The density of wild beasts and venomous creatures around them meant even a single mistake could be fatal. He needed more information. As he pondered, a memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Just before Ame knocked him out earlier, he'd seen something peculiar. With a thought, a translucent screen appeared before him. The panel displayed 6 pieces of collected intel from today. 1 kilometer to the east, a dead Yangtze alligator weighing about 100 pounds lay in a swamp. 400 meters to the west, A group of wild chickens were foraging in an open meadow, with about an hour left before they moved on. 1 kilometer to the north, by the riverbank, 3 panthers were in the middle of a fierce battle with a giant tiger. Lin Mo skipped the last 2 pieces. They seemed to be psychological fragments tied to Ame and Aya's personal states of mind. He quickly made his decision. The alligator was too far, and he wasn't familiar with the terrain in that direction. Plus, who knew how long it had been dead? The riverbank theater of panthers versus tiger? No dice. That was clearly a major animal hotspot. Strolling in would be asking to become the next item on the menu. That left the wild chickens. 400 meters away, in an open field, with about an hour's window to act. The question was how to catch them. Lin Mo glanced around the cave at the 23 towering women, their hopeful faces staring back at him. Each gaze seemed to silently plead, asterisk, our survival depends on you. Asterisk. He did some quick calculations. 23 people? 1 chicken wouldn't even be enough for a snack. He'd need at least 20 birds just to give everyone a decent meal. The panel displayed one more piece of additional intel. Asterisk. The cave contains poisonous insects, which can serve as bait. Asterisk. Lin Mo looked up at the cave walls, then out toward the direction of the meadow, and his lips twitched into a wry smile. All right then, use insects as bait, head to the western meadow, and get this done within an hour. This meal was on him. Lin Mo knew exactly where he stood in this situation. The tribe of over 20 gigantic women might have allowed him to stay for now, but that didn't mean they trusted him. Food was the real currency of power in this jungle, and all he had to show for himself so far was barely enough to scrape by for a day or two. If he wanted to cement his place here, he needed to prove he wasn't useless, through action, not words. 10 birds, minimum. That was the goal he set for himself. When Lin Mo opened his backpack, the contents caught everyone in the cave off guard. A fishing net, a few lengths of shoelace, and a small but sturdy fixed-blade knife. Originally packed for filming a wilderness survival series, now all of it was being put on the line. The biggest hurdle? The concept of bait. I need bait, he said. Ame repeated the word, looking utterly confused. The other women wore matching expressions of bewilderment. That's when it hit Lin Mo. They didn't even have a term for bait in their vocabulary. He grabbed a few bugs from a leaf tray and held them up as an example, gesturing that he needed lots and lots of these. Ame immediately and confidently replied, eat. Lin Mo tried again, and Ame once more said, eat. Giving up on verbal explanations, Lin Mo turned to Aya, who had been silently pondering the issue with a small pout. After a moment of thought, he decided to go with a more demonstrative approach. He mimed an exaggerated eating motion. Aya's eyes lit up in understanding. She barked out a quick instruction, and the 20-plus women lumbered into motion, their large, sturdy frames disappearing into the depths of the cave to begin catching insects. 15 minutes later, they returned, each carrying handfuls of dead bugs, hundreds of them in total. Lin Mo was just about to reach for a handful when both Aya and Ame stopped him. The pair clutched their stomachs, shaking their heads and making uncomfortable faces. That's when Lin Mo realized many of the bugs were likely poisonous. They were warning him to choose carefully. Without hesitation, he pocketed the obviously toxic ones and then made a series of gestures, pointing toward the thick forest outside and miming a cutting motion. He was trying to convey, these bugs would be used for hunting, not eating. This time, the group seemed to understand. Or at least they looked like they understood. But whether or not they truly grasped his plan, well, that remained to be seen. It depends on him. Lin Mo strode into the dense forest. After just a few steps, he noticed all of them had followed him. He immediately waved his hand to stop them. They were too big and noisy. If this group entered the forest, every animal within 100 meters would surely flee. Aya understood and signaled for the others to stay put. Aim, looking uneasy, leaned in and asked when he'd return, her eyes fixed on him as though he might vanish any second. Lin Mo smiled. In a bit. Once inside the forest, instead of searching for wild pheasants right away, he walked slowly, his eyes scanning the ground. The system had marked the intel clearly. For 100 meters to the west, a group of plump wild pheasants were foraging. But instead of heading straight there, he set up a few traps along the way, finding animal trails, selecting sturdy tree trunks as anchors, cutting down surrounding vegetation to block alternate paths, leaving only one route open, leading straight to the traps. He placed bugs as bait, adjusted the loops of the snares, and moved on. Silently, he prayed the traps would snag something, even if it was just squirrels. Eating fresh game was still better than surviving on bugs. He slowed his pace, controlled his breathing, and gradually approached the marked location with the help of his compass. A chorus of chirping reached his ears before he even saw the clearing. Standing at the forest's edge, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat at the sight before him. It wasn't a dozen, nor a few dozen, but nearly 100 pheasants. Each bird perfectly feathered, plump, and brimming with meat, scattered across the sparse grassland. They casually pecked at the ground, their movements unhurried and carefree, as if completely ignorant of any impending danger. The system's intel was accurate. Lowering himself with care, Lin Mo unfolded the fishing net in his hands, calculating the angle. If he threw it just right, the net could trap at least a dozen birds in one go. But this had to be perfect. He only had one shot. He crouched and crept forward inch by inch, each step as light as possible, reducing the distance with painstaking precision. Oddly enough, the flock didn't scatter. A few pheasants noticed him, tilting their heads to stare, but soon went back to pecking at the ground, as though dismissing him entirely. Lin Mo crouched lower. He was now just 30 centimeters from the nearest pheasant. It didn't budge an inch. The net was taut in his hands, ready to spring. Just one more move. 36 pheasants. The net tightened, and even Lin Mo hadn't expected it to be this effective. After tossing in the bugs as bait, he waited for the birds to relax and gather close before casting the net in one swift motion. In mere moments, drenched in sweat and struggling to catch his breath, he found himself with over 30 lives trapped in the net. Each bird weighed a solid 4 to 5 pounds, pure meat. The challenge, however, was that he couldn't carry this many alone, and he still needed the fishing net for future use. So he plucked one pheasant from the pile and headed back to the tribe for reinforcements. The moment he appeared, Aim was the first to yell out, "Cluck, cluck!" A man. Her shout threw the entire tribe into a frenzy. The older women, who previously could only salivate at the sound of wild pheasants, because they were too quick to catch, couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Mo stood there holding one in his hand, frantically gesturing, trying to explain that there were a lot more. Aya was slow to process what he meant, but after Lin Mo repeatedly mimed the situation, she finally imitated his tone and repeated it to the others. Then, with everyone in tow, they followed him back into the forest. The net was still intact. Inside were over 30 pheasants, clucking weakly as they struggled. Aya and Aim froze at the sight, their legs nearly giving out beneath them. The return journey was nothing short of chaotic. Each of the elder sisters carried a pheasant and circled around Lin Mo, singing and dancing in pure, unfiltered excitement that stretched all the way back home. Their minimal clothing, made of animal hides and grass, didn't hold up well under the celebratory commotion. One woman lost her grass skirt in the movement, but didn't seem to care, throwing a smile back at Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Aya delivered a swift kick to the woman, knocking her down. She then used her toes to flick some fallen leaves at her and calmly ordered, "Not allowed." The kicked woman, though clearly embarrassed, crouched down to fix her clothing. She managed another shy smile at Lin Mo before lowering her head and moving on. Lin Mo stood dumbfounded. Aim took the opportunity to position herself in front of him, shielding him from view. Her expression wavered between anger and embarrassment. She alternated between glaring at the woman and sneaking glances at Lin Mo, claiming she was protecting him, though it felt more like she was marking her territory. Only then did Lin Mo realize what was going on. These women weren't entirely devoid of a sense of propriety. Among themselves, they still wore hides to cover themselves and adhered to social boundaries. The woman who had exposed herself wasn't clueless. She had done it deliberately in front of the tribe's sole man. On the other hand, Aya's reprimand wasn't mockery. It was a defense of order. Even Aim stepping in front of him was a blatant act of staking a claim. Lin Mo's place within the tribe was far more nuanced than he had anticipated. This tribe had progressed beyond being mere primitive people. They had concepts of modesty, social structure, and even subtle mating signals. If they were cleaned up and dressed in modern attire, there wouldn't be much separating them from present-day humans, apart from their sheer size and strength. Lin Mo forced himself to take a deep breath, shifting his focus back to the pheasants. Tonight, they'd eat well. Everything else could wait. Standing amidst a group of women who towered a full head taller than him, Lin Mo found himself in a unique position, quite literally. The elder sisters of the tribe had already begun calling him Momo. It started with Aim, who coined the nickname. Aya picked it up next, and soon enough the entire tribe had settled on it. Lin Mo initially tried to correct them, explaining that his name was Lin Mo, but he barely got the words out before an entire row of them cheerfully shouted Momo in unison. In the end, he nodded and accepted it. Back in the cave, he didn't immediately start roasting the pheasants. That turned out to be his first wise decision. If they devoured all the birds tonight, tomorrow they'd have nothing left. Keeping the pheasants confined and waiting for them to lay eggs was the most reliable and stable source of protein. Lin Mo crouched on the ground and picked up a handful of branches, planning to weave them into a fence. But he quickly encountered an issue. He didn't have any rope. He looked up at Aya, who was standing beside him. Aya was tall, strong, and curiously crouched down beside him, her legs pressed together. Even though she was curious, she had no idea what he wanted. Lin Mo thought for a moment, then grabbed one of his shoelaces and dangled it in front of her, indicating a rope. He then threaded a few branches through the lace, motioning toward the entrance of the hole, trying to explain. With this, the entrance can be sealed off. Only then can we keep the wild pheasants inside and wait for their eggs. Aya tilted her head, staring at the rope in his hands, and then at the entrance he was referring to. Back in the tribe, they would often make clothing out of grass and vines by weaving strips from tree bark and wrapping them around their bodies. They didn't have a specific name for these ropes. When needed, they'd simply rip some strips off. At this moment, Aya seemed to realize that this material Lin Mo was holding was what he called a rope. Without saying a word, Aya stood up. Her face flushed slightly as she turned her back to him, starting to pull at the garment she was wearing. Lin Mo barely had time to react. Meanwhile, Ame, who had been inside the cave, turned to glance outside and immediately exploded. She stomped over furiously, planted herself in front of Lin Mo with hands on her hips. Her animal skin skirt, already short, only emphasized her outrage with this stance. Lin Mo glanced down, instantly deciding to stand up and avoid trouble, respecting their tribal customs. Aya turned around, looking a little aggrieved, and held out the handmade rope woven from strips she'd just ripped off her clothing. She shook it slightly in front of him and said, "Momo want." Only then did Ame understand the situation. She had completely misunderstood. But the damage was done. Lin Mo quickly accepted the rope from Aya. He gestured repeatedly to confirm they understood his intentions. After they were on the same page, Aya called over a few other people from the tribe. Together, they collected materials nearby, slicing tree bark and gathering vines with stone knives. They sat on the ground and began weaving ropes. Their movements were skillful and efficient. Before long, Lin Mo had all the materials he needed and began constructing the fence. They worked until the afternoon. Finally, the fence was finished and the wild pheasants were herded inside. Surprisingly, they didn't try to smash or break through. Only then did Lin Mo let out a slight sigh of relief. Ame sidled up to him, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. "Momo, hungry." Lin Mo blinked in surprise. Primitive people could use playful tones? That hadn't been on his bingo card. Aya chimed in as well. "Momo, hungry. Eat, cluck cluck." He didn't reject their request. Without hesitation, he hopped into the fenced-off area and grabbed 16 pheasants at random. These birds were plump and slow-moving. There was no challenge in catching them. But after collecting what he needed, he turned around seriously and pointed back at the remaining pheasants still inside the pen. He addressed Aya with a firm instruction. "Cluck cluck, no eat." Aya looked at him and nodded. But how much of that she truly understood was still an open question. Now Lin Mo found himself stuck between two towering, 6'6" women. One was brimming with anger while the other seemed shy. Rather than feeling pleased about their attention, his first instinct was to clear up any misunderstandings. He spoke carefully, using words they could understand, pausing after each one to ensure they got the meaning. "Lin Mo, big tribe man, not Ame's, not Aya's." He's for big tribe. That statement seemed to hit them both like a brick. They were momentarily speechless. But then Lin Mo grabbed Aya with one hand and Ame with the other, holding both women's hands as he led them out of the cave. He had no idea that this simple action carried far more weight in their culture than he anticipated. Holding hands meant more than just companionship. It symbolized partnership. For a man to hold the hands of two women at once implied he was acknowledged as a strong individual and possibly even a leader. The two women didn't resist. They exchanged glances instead, Ame's fiery defiance against Aya's hesitant uncertainty. Lin Mo, oblivious to any deeper cultural meaning, had more pressing concerns, like not wasting resources. The feathers from the pheasants could be saved for clothing or arrow fletching in the future. Sitting on the cool ground, he meticulously gathered and arranged the feathers under a stack of branches, leaving them to dry. Then he stated his next plan: hunting. Aya shook her head firmly. Enough food. Ame joined in, her voice full of disagreement. Too dark. Sleep. Lin Mo knew better. These women's understanding of enough severely underestimated their physical needs. More crucially, the rainy season was fast approaching. In the rainforest, rain could be unpredictable, lasting from minutes to days. Being unprepared would be risking their survival. Without further explanation, he turned and disappeared into the jungle. The first 7 traps came up empty. But at the 8th, Lin Mo froze. A lizard, easily over 40 pounds, was stuck there, flicking its tongue helplessly. Lin Mo wiped his brow with a sigh, pulled out his small knife, and made quick work of it. He knew the jungle's survival of the fittest ruled better than anyone else. He skinned, gutted, and drained the lizard's blood in clean, efficient motions. He chopped up its innards and repurposed them as bait for the trap before heading back, lizard meat in tow. When he finally returned with over 40 pounds of meat, the tribe women's gazes had shifted. It wasn't about his height or appearance. It was the fact that every time this smaller-than-average man ventured out, he brought something back. The pheasants had been his idea. This lizard was his catch. For the first time, their tribe had tasted real meat because of him. Ame rushed forward, grinning, eager to help him carry the load. Aya stood behind her, silently watching him with a look that Lin Mo couldn't quite decipher. But then Lin Mo discovered a new headache. These women planned to toss the pheasants directly into the fire, unprocessed. He practically wrestled the birds away from the flames, earning confused stares from both women. The evening's food preparations were underway, but Lin Mo had other things on his mind, like the unavoidable issue of sleeping arrangements. That cave, and Ame's towering frame, well over 6 feet and almost 200 pounds. If anything went wrong, no one would hear his cries for help. With a sigh, Lin Mo tightened his grip on the knife in his hand and began slicing up the lizard meat. These women weren't lazy, nor were they weak. Lin Mo watched their heavy, calloused hands and finally understood why they had been abandoned in the first place. They weren't actually out of strength. It was that their bodies had been depleted to a critical point. With large physiques and strong limbs, they naturally burned through more energy than the average person each day. Yet, they had gone too long without replenishing vital salts. Their weakness and mental fog were symptoms that didn't even require a diagnosis. Just watching them tremble faintly while moving stones said it all. Life in this primitive tribe ran on cold, hard logic. If you consumed more than you contributed, there was only one outcome: you were sent away. That was why over 20 women had gathered together. It wasn't out of any bond or camaraderie, but because none of them had anywhere else to go. Lin Mo didn't say much. He crouched down and retrieved the sizzling roasted chicken from the stick over the fire. He brushed aside the embers, allowing the heat to spread more evenly. Every single one of the women watched him intently. Not him, to be clear, but that piece of meat. They had only ever thrown whole animals straight into the flames and had never seen someone cut meat into pieces, skewer it on a stick, and slowly roast it while carefully controlling the heat. No one reached out. No one spoke. Even though their mouths were practically watering, they simply waited. In this tribe, no one needed to say the unspoken rule. Food belonged to the strongest person. Only they could decide who would eat. Lin Mo pulled out a small bag of salt from his backpack. Taking a pinch between his fingers, he sprinkled it over the meat. The aroma changed instantly. He handed the first piece to Ame as a silent gesture of thanks. If not for her, he might have already become some jungle predator's dinner. Ame gleefully took it, calling out, "Momo." Then came Aya, and after her, the rest of the group. Each one got a taste of that salty flavor they'd been missing. Their eating habits weren't exactly refined, but seeing them muster the strength to chew made Lin Mo feel a touch of relief. This was just the first step. Later that night, the salt made them thirstier than usual, and the group headed to the stream with torches to quench their thirst. At first, Lin Mo only wanted to soak his feet and check out the stream's resources. But he made a promising discovery. Under the torchlight, frogs, small fish, and shrimp darted about. Some of the fish were almost the size of his palm. Even if his information system didn't provide new intel tomorrow, this stream alone could become a steady source of food. He made a mental note of the location. Then he looked up. What happened next by the stream was beyond his control. Aya had to put a fair amount of effort into calming the group down, eventually convincing the women to stick to washing up in their animal pelts and grass skirts, avoiding an outright chaotic scene. There was, however, one person she didn't stop, Ame. Ame walked straight to Lin Mo. The water barely reached her waist as she knelt down, gently washed his feet, then pointed at his clothes. Lin Mo blinked. "You mean take a bath?" "Take a bath," Ame repeated after him, then immediately reached out to undress him. Lin Mo tried to stop her, but it was pointless. All right, I'll do it myself." He jumped into the stream. It looked shallow but was surprisingly deep. His feet couldn't find solid ground, and he lost his balance. Ame's hands shot out and steadied him with ease. Standing in the cold water, Lin Mo took a deep breath. For now, he could let tonight's event slide, but one thing remained troubling. This tribe had only one cave for shelter and no defenses whatsoever. The surrounding jungle was a complete unknown to him. What if tomorrow's visitor wasn't a harmless wild chicken, but a tiger or a black bear? That was a question he couldn't leave unanswered. The next morning at the cave's entrance, Lin Mo sat with unfocused eyes, carefully avoiding looking at Ame as she approached. Specifically, he avoided looking at her legs. Last night, when she said she wanted to sleep, she really meant it. She had snuggled up to him and drifted off completely, breathing steadily and sleeping deeply the entire night. It was Lin Mo who'd been unable to sleep. Having a curvaceous woman pressed against him, nowhere to escape, and the frustrations of youth, it hadn't exactly been his proudest moment. Ame handed him a piece of smoked chicken leftover from the night before, her face full of innocent warmth. "Momo, eat." Lin Mo took it without daring to make eye contact. She was oblivious, pure as could be. He, on the other hand, felt like a thief, guilty and uneasy. But he only let it bother him for a moment. There was too much to do today. He instructed Aya to lead the others in collecting vines, gathering branches, and foraging for wild fruits, then grabbed his knife and backpack, heading into the jungle. As he walked, he pulled up the information panel from his system. The panel displayed the intel for the day. 900 meters east, a wild boar was lingering. 500 meters northeast, the stream held a fish swarm. 900 meters northwest, the dense jungle offered an unknown prize. 2 kilometers southwest, after 2 p.m., a 100-pound Yangtze alligator could be found on the brink of death. Food options were looking solid. Lin Mo gave the list a glance, then continued scanning downward. That's when he froze. 5th entry. Ame is wondering what happened last night, but she slept really well. 6th entry. Aya is pondering what you were up to last night. 7th entry. Over half the women in the tribe are curious about what went down last night. Lin Mo stood in the middle of the jungle, silent for 3 whole seconds. All right, social death achieved. But then he spun it around in his head. They didn't really understand what to be curious about, so it wasn't like anything could come back to haunt him. And hey, with Ame being as stunning as she was and primitive life being strangely, alluring, he couldn't exactly blame her. Shaking the thought, he refocused on the first entry. 900 meters east, wild boar. The chapter's ominous title, "If he doesn't die, then Lin Mo will," suddenly didn't feel so misplaced. Wild boars weren't to be trifled with. Adult males could easily weigh over 100 pounds, with tusks capable of tearing through flesh. In the dense jungle, there would be no time for a standoff. Either he'd take it down, or he'd have to flee. Armed with only a knife, no traps, no bow, and no backup, Lin Mo knew this could go south fast. But he still turned and headed east. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid. He'd just already done the math. To grow the tribe, relying solely on fish and wild fruits wasn't sustainable. Keeping people fed was the top priority, and wild boars were the fastest source of meat at the moment. The system had a peculiar way of working. It never gave Lin Mo the results outright. Instead, it only pointed out where the opportunities lay. Whether it was an opportunity or a disaster depended on how he approached it. The further he ventured into the jungle, the thicker the canopy overhead became, and the ground beneath his feet began to soften. Lin Mo slowed his steps and gripped the handle of his knife carefully. The scent of blood, it never lied. Crouched by a creek, Lin Mo was gutting fish. Blood stained his hands, dripped onto the ground, and pooled around a pile of fish weighing at least 40 or 50 pounds. The metallic smell carried with the wind, spreading far beyond his current awareness. He knew it was a risk, leaving such a scent trail behind, but he couldn't worry about it right now. The process of gathering, killing, scaling, and gutting fish demanded his full focus. Every skill he mastered in the jungle gave him another edge to survive and take control. He could have ventured farther today. The intel indicated there were reliable catches 900 meters northwest, but he'd decided against going. It wasn't a matter of fear, it was a matter of math. He carried only a sturdy dagger, had no experience in hunting larger prey, and would be in serious trouble if things went south. Life was precious, and opportunities would always arise another day. That calculation was simple. There were wild boars 900 meters east, immediately crossed off the list. As for the Yangtze alligators, they were too deadly to justify the potential meat haul, even if it was 70 or 80 pounds. Ultimately, Lin Mo chose the safest route, a path where he could follow the creek, set traps, stay within a controlled radius, and remain close to the main tribal camp. And the results weren't half bad. By his fifth trap, he caught a 10-pound muskrat dangling weakly in the air. After cleaning it up, he tied it to his belt. From the creek, he pulled out around 40 to 50 pounds of fish, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds, with a few closer to 5. Squatting nearby, Lin Mo let a rare smile slip as he counted his haul. While working, another thought nagged at the back of his mind. He couldn't continue doing this alone. The tribal women back at the camp, each towering at least 6.5 feet tall and weighing well over 200 pounds, stayed stationed at the camp while he wandered the jungle solo with just a blade in hand. It felt like such a waste of potential. With the right training and tools, these women could dominate the jungle. Lin Mo was convinced this approach made total sense. He needed to get it underway soon. That's when he heard the sound behind him. Light, rhythmic footsteps crunching on fallen leaves. Standing up and gripping his knife tightly, Lin Mo turned and called out in warning. What emerged from the underbrush was not human but a wolf. A gaunt, gray-white wolf that looked as though it were made of nothing but skin and bones. Its fur was matted, its ribs visible, and it staggered slightly even as it walked. Yet, its eyes burned fiercely, its fangs partially exposed, and a low growl rumbled deep in its throat. Its focus was unwavering. It wanted Lin Mo and the pile of fish beside him. A lone wolf, the kind cast out by its pack. Lin Mo exhaled part of his held breath, but didn't relax entirely. Wolves in this condition weren't beggars, they were takers. Tom wasn't on his side either. The lingering smell of blood wouldn't just attract this one predator. He crouched to pick up a sturdy wooden stick. With his left hand gripping the stick and his right clutching the knife, Lin Mo shouted aggressively, deploying his voice not to scare the wolf off, but to provoke it. The wolf paused, hesitated for a second, then bolted forward. Despite its emaciated frame, it moved with raw ferocity. In that split second, something in Lin Mo's blood surged. He met the attack head-on. His dagger plunged once, then again and again. By the time Lin Mo stopped, even he didn't know how many times he had stabbed the wolf. Finally, it lay motionless, its heartbeat gone. Lin Mo fell backward, gasping for air, the veins on the back of his hand still pulsing. He had won the fight, but it was far from a graceful victory. Wasting no time, he scrambled to his feet and began collecting his things: the fishing net, the strung fish, the muskrat meat. He even dragged the wolf carcass along. The smaller fish he couldn't carry were left behind. There was no room for hesitation. He simply had to move. If he heard anything along the way, he stopped, confirmed it wasn't a threat heading in his direction, and then continued. This time, Lin Mo truly understood the unpredictable dangers of the jungle. When he returned to the main camp, Aya and Ames spotted the haul hanging from him and immediately erupted into cheers. It was a raw, instinctive reaction, complete with swaying, dance-like movements. Despite their refined appearances, flawless skin, tall, athletic builds, they looked nothing like primitive tribespeople. With a camera and the right set, they could have easily starred in a live stream. But in this moment, their cheers were simple and genuine. They were telling Lin Mo plainly, "You're amazing." Lin Mo pointed back the way he came and said, "More fish." Aya paused briefly before catching on. She rallied the others, and soon the whole group followed Lin Mo back along the trail. Over 20 tall, robust women moved together in a loud, thundering march, scaring off any small animals along the way. Walking at the front, Lin Mo felt surprisingly at ease for a change. He had realized something critical. Solo hunting in the jungle wasn't a sustainable strategy. He had to teach them to fight alongside him. The fish by the creek was still there. The women eagerly used sticks to skewer the remaining fish, copying Lin Mo by strapping them to their waists. The detailed cleaning and processing would have to wait until they returned to camp. This wasn't a place to linger. Together, they made their way back safely to the camp. Collapsing onto the ground upon arrival, Lin Mo finally felt like he was alive again. The next 3 hours were exhausting. Lin Mo worked alone to process all the day's spoils, gutting fish, roasting and drying them, cutting the muskrat meat into pieces, and skinning the wolf, its hide left out to dry. His hands were covered in the scent of blood and guts, and he had to rub them into the dirt several times to suppress the smell. Meanwhile, the 23 women wove ropes and gathered branches at a blistering pace, producing a large pile of materials in just an hour. They had no idea what the ropes were for, but Lin Mo told them to keep going, and so they did. Before Lin Mo had arrived, the tribe's food supply relied almost entirely on gathering wild fruits, tubers, and plants. Occasionally, they stumbled upon the scraps of meat left by other predators, but hunting on their own? That was an entirely foreign concept. They didn't have the instinct for it until now. Now, the tribe was starting to function like a system. There were hunters, there were builders, there was meat to eat, and reserves to stockpile. This entire setup was brought by Lin Mo. The food was all prepared, ready to be eaten. Lin Mo picked up a piece of roasted lizard meat and handed it to Ame, the woman who always stole glances at him, only to quickly lower her head the moment she was caught. Ame walked over and crouched down in front of him. Lin Mo quickly averted his gaze. The meal didn't proceed as smoothly as he'd hoped. Over 20 women gathered together, feasting on meat. Lin Mo had only wanted to replenish his energy, but as he ate, he sensed something wasn't quite right. Some sat with poor posture, others giggled while staring at him, and a few purposefully shifted closer to him. The women of this tribe clearly had their own intentions. Ame's approach was the boldest. She stood up, walked straight to Lin Mo, and positioned herself in front of him like a shield, as if announcing to everyone that she claimed him. Aya tried to interrupt, opening her mouth to speak, but Ame turned her head back and simply said 2 words, "It's fine." Aya fell silent. Lin Mo had already figured out this tribe's power dynamics. Aya was the queen, but at this moment, Ame clearly exuded more authority. Lin Mo chose not to address this fact. Instead, he softly told Ame, "Not now. Tonight." Ame's face flushed, and she nodded, inching even closer to him. And so, the meal concluded in a chaotic yet lively manner. But Lin Mo's mind was elsewhere. He gazed out at the vast, open land outside the cave, then glanced at the woven ropes nearby. A plan was starting to take shape in his mind. The tribe's pressing issue wasn't food scarcity, it was the lack of boundaries. The cave was just a cave, surrounded by sprawling wilderness. Wild animals could approach at any moment, and intruders could easily walk in. With over 20 people living here, yet no concept of territorial limits, this was a danger far greater than hunger. He called for Aya. Lin Mo had chosen her for a reason. She was the most perceptive and steady individual in the tribe. She learned quickly, and as the queen, if she grasped something, the others would follow her lead. Lin Mo led her on a walk around the cave, using a stick to draw a circle in the ground, marking an area of about half an acre. This would be the tribe's territory. He then took a stick and began planting it into the ground. One stick every half meter, firmly lodged into the earth. Then, he used ropes to bind them together. Aya watched his hands intently, focusing hard on his actions. The others, having finished their meal, gathered around out of curiosity, watching Lin Mo as he busily worked on this strange project. Fence. Lin Mo pointed to the finished structure. Aya practiced the word twice before she finally got it right. But Ame, standing nearby, pronounced it correctly on her first try with precision. Lin Mo glanced at her and couldn't help but chuckle. From there, things went more smoothly than he had anticipated. Building a fence wasn't technically challenging, but it wasn't something one person could finish even in 2 days. With 23 people pitching in, learning quickly and full of enthusiasm, progress was rapid. This was a new experience for women who had never collaborated with tools before, and it excited them. Standing up, Lin Mo stretched and surveyed the group of lively women weaving the fence. For the first time, he felt a sense of security. Before this, it had just been a cave. Now, it had boundaries. Lin Mo knew, however, that the fence was only the first step, the simplest step. He turned toward the pile of smoked meat near the fire, lizard and chicken, processed reasonably well. Dried properly, the food would last them 5 days at most. 5 days. And then what? The real issue wasn't hunting, it was storage. Without enough salt, preserving meat for long periods was impossible. Every day, they'd need to hunt again, expending energy and increasing risks. And even if they had enough salt, there was another glaring problem. What would they store it in? Right now, they didn't even have a proper container. There were 2 essentials: containers and salt. These were the real challenges they now faced. They had addressed the immediate problem of food, but water was the next pressing concern. The tribe had no way to store water. Anytime someone was thirsty, they had to walk half a kilometer to the stream, drink, and then walk back. Lin Mo constructed a drying rack and hung up the excess meat to dry, then went to find Aya, pointing to his lips to mime drinking water. But Aya simply said, "Water." That's when Lin Mo realized. Of course they knew what water was. He had been overcomplicating things. Going to the stream wasn't a solo task. Everyone grabbed wooden sticks for protection and went together. Without torches during the day, they relied on their numbers for safety. Even wild boars hearing the commotion would take a detour. When they reached the stream, Lin Mo didn't rush to drink. First, he took off his outer shirt and waded into the water. He started walking slowly along the stream, his eyes fixated on the exposed layers of earth along the banks. He was searching for something: clay? With clay, he could make pottery. And with pottery, the tribe could store water in the cave, saving them from the constant back-and-forth trips. It didn't take long before he found some. A large patch of grayish-yellow material along the bank, sticky to the touch, just what he needed. But a new problem arose. How would he carry it back? How much could his hands hold? As he furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution, he was too preoccupied to notice the commotion happening behind him. By the stream, all those tall women, over 6 feet on average, were completely fixated on him. Pale skin, toned muscles, shimmering as he moved in the water. The atmosphere grew thick with a tension impossible to ignore. Some of them were already swallowing hard. Ame crept closer, her eyes glued to him, while Lin Mo obliviously continued with his task, focused solely on finding a container. Got it. His eyes lit up as he spotted a few banana trees in the distance. Their leaves were wide and large, perfect for wrapping up clay. They would keep the clay moist and ensure it wouldn't crack before he got it back. He turned around and called out to Ame. "Ame, I need." He was referring to the banana leaves. But as soon as those words left his mouth, everyone by the stream sprang into action. Even those who hadn't quite understood him dashed forward. People rushed toward the banana tree in a frenzy. Even Aya joined in. Amy, fuming in the water, stomped her feet in frustration. "Momo obviously called for me," she protested. But no one paid her any mind as they eagerly grabbed bananas and hurriedly presented them to Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his head and took a bite from one of the bananas handed to him. It tasted surprisingly decent, but he wasn't interested in the fruit. His eyes were fixed on the large leaf, nearly 4 meters high, at the top of the tree. No one could reach it. Even Aya, the tallest among them, stretched her arm as far as it could go but still came up short. Lin Emo thought for a moment and made a gesture. He wrapped his arms around himself, then pointed up at the leaf. Aya caught on immediately. She walked over, scooped Lin Emo into her arms, and lifted him up. For a moment, she paused, surprised at how small and light he was. Something maternal stirred within her, softening her gaze. Lin Emo, oblivious to this shift, found himself uncomfortably sandwiched between two things that made breathing a challenge, even through the animal hide they were both wearing. He urgently hissed, "Higher!" The leaf. Amy immediately stepped in, looking less than pleased. "Not allowed," she said firmly. Only she had the right to hold Lin Emo. But Aya understood the mission. She lifted Lin Emo higher, allowing him to grab several large leaves. With those in hand, he wrapped them in clay, signaling that their task was complete. On their way back, Lin Emo held on to the bundle of clay, his mind already planning the shape and firing process for the pottery he intended to make. Amy trailed behind, clearly sulking, occasionally shooting side glances in his direction. Lin Emo caught her glaring and, for a second, couldn't help but notice the way she moved. It was distracting. He looked away quickly and silently vowed to himself. If she clung to him like that again tonight, she couldn't blame him for what might happen. After all, he was a man, not a statue. The idea of bringing home the goods carried much greater weight in this raw wilderness. It wasn't just a saying. 3 wild chickens and a small deer hung from the traps, waiting for Lin Emo to collect them. The deer couldn't have weighed more than 40 or 50 pounds. Normally, it would have escaped, but Lin Mo's expertly tied knots held it firmly. The deer had struggled in vain. One swift cut later, it was finished, a clean and merciful end. Aya and Amy followed behind him, their eyes brimming with admiration they couldn't hide. Fetching water had somehow turned into a successful hunt, not something they saw every day. The people in the tribe were watching closely. Lin Emo knew what they were thinking, but he also knew the truth. It wasn't because he was exceptionally skilled. It was 20 years of accumulated knowledge that gave him the upper hand. Ample resources, well-placed traps, and sheer luck that lured the prey in. Anyone in the tribe could do the same, as long as they learned the tricks. But teaching them to hunt wasn't his priority right now. The real focus was the clay. The pile of clay, weighing dozens of pounds, sat on the ground. Lin Emo crouched beside it and mentally ran through the pottery-making process. Remove impurities, shape it, let it dry, and then fire it. There were no shortcuts, no rushing. First, he painstakingly picked out every little pebble and grain of sand. Then, he mixed it with water and kneaded it thoroughly. Slowly, he began building up the shape, layer by layer, like stacking blocks, carefully molding the curves of the pot's mouth and body. It was slow, deliberate work that required patience. He worked from noon until sunset. Meanwhile, Aya, Amy, and a few of the older women repaired the fence. When they finished and looked back, Lin Emo was still crouched on the ground, playing with mud. Exhausted, their legs wobbly from a hard day's work, they stared at his oddly shaped clay creations, wondering, what's the point of this? By the end, Lin Emo had crafted 5 water jugs. He placed them in a well-ventilated spot to dry, then turned to call for Aya. There was no time to rest. The clay needed to dry, but the kiln had to be built first, or the next step of firing would be impossible. He grabbed his army shovel and began turning the soil with practiced efficiency. His smooth, decisive movements left everyone staring in a daze. Then he gestured for them to join in, digging and piling soil. Though exhausted, the group followed his lead. Building the kiln was a task Lin Emo was more eager for than anyone else. The kiln wouldn't just bake pottery. It would also be essential when they eventually started processing iron, ore, and other materials. Focused, he worked the soil while mentally calculating the next steps in the process. By nightfall, a loose pile of dug-up soil marked the beginning of their kiln. Everyone collapsed, too drained to continue. Lin Emo glanced at the dried fish, meat strips, and bananas hanging from the rack and spoke a single word: eat. The following morning, Aya approached Lin Emo with a mix of shyness and determination. There was something unreadable in her expression, hovering between shame and a question. "Last night, when you were sleeping," she began hesitantly. "Was there a child?" Lin Emo coughed awkwardly. He figured this was coming. Amy, the foolish girl, even in her sleep, mumbled the word child loudly enough to wake him. It probably tipped off Aya, who had been standing guard. Aya wasn't just anyone. She was the leader of the tribe, their queen. As the only usable man in the group, it was her responsibility to know if his work was productive. Lin Mo reassured her. Sleeping doesn't make children. Aya frowned deeply. Her elders had taught her otherwise, that sleeping together did result in children. If he was so certain, did that mean they weren't really sleeping together? She pressed further, but Lin Mo sidestepped, muttering, half a child. Aya looked confused but refrained from questioning further. She was clever, though. A few more questions revealed that he wasn't dismissing the idea, it just wasn't happening yet. That answer satisfied her. It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to. It was that, after thinking it through rationally, he realized the timing was all wrong. No medical care, no sanitation, and their food supply barely stable. If a new life entered the world now, who would care for it? How? What would happen after it was born? It wasn't an issue of never, it was an issue of not now. Aya sighed and turned to delegate the task of gathering more large branches for the tribe, leaving him to his work without further comment. Lin Mo glanced at the pottery he had inspected earlier that morning. They had dried on the surface but still retained moisture inside. No cracks had formed, indicating the clay was clean and drying evenly. Perfect timing for the kiln. Hunting could wait. Today, there was only one goal: finish building the kiln and fire the ceramics. All day, Lin Mo worked with a focused determination, using ropes and branches too. The frame of the kiln was set up first, and then layer upon layer of wet clay was applied over it, packed firmly and pressed tightly, repeatedly filling in any gaps. The tribespeople were brimming with energy. After 2 days of eating meat, their physical strength and spirits had improved significantly compared to when Lin Mo first met them. They were noticeably faster at gathering firewood and collecting branches. By midday, the basic structure of the kiln was completed. In the afternoon, they continued pressing the clay and preparing materials. By the end of the day, the tasks were wrapped up. After finishing the day's work, Lin Mo picked up his small knife, sharpened a few thick branches into pointed spears, and handed them directly to Aya. Aya held one in her hand, her eyes lighting up. The stone tools they had couldn't achieve this level of sharpness, but Lin Mo's knife could. A weapon like this was far more useful to carry around than just a stick. Lin Mo looked at her for a moment and called out her name. Aya. Yes. The towering Aya, standing at an impressive 8 feet tall, stood in the dense rainforest clutching the spear in her hands. On her face, however, was a look of pure, unrestrained fear. Lin Mo couldn't help but find the scene a little absurd. The tallest, strongest woman in the entire tribe was standing there motionless, like a child encountering a strange bug for the first time, inching closer to Lin Mo for reassurance. Yet Lin Mo wasn't tall by any means. She leaned in so close she could easily block half his body with hers. Still, her fear wasn't entirely unfounded. The women of the tribe, before reaching adulthood, primarily stayed occupied with tasks like peeling bark, gathering food, and helping with construction. Encounters with live prey? Virtually non-existent. Asking them to stand beside a wild animal weighing 50 pounds, armed with tools, was to provoke a kind of deep, primal fear ingrained in their very instincts, something that couldn't simply be reasoned away. Lin Mo understood this well. He didn't bother with lengthy explanations. Instead, he gave Aya's thigh a firm pat and said, "Let's go. Follow me." To clarify his intentions, he wasn't bringing these women along to turn them into hunting experts. If they came across a wild boar or wolf, his plan was simple: run. Safety came in numbers, and having more weapons improved their odds of survival. Venturing into the jungle alone, that was true danger. These women were actually the most reliable backup he had, though they didn't realize it yet. Their first lesson: traps. Lin Mo led the group along a preset path, stopping to check each of the 12 traps along the way. At every trap, he had Aya memorize the location and how the trap was set up. Most of the traps had been triggered but yielded no prey, so they refilled them with bait and moved on. Aya was a quick learner, and the others also grasped the basic idea. Set a trap in the right spot, lure animals in with scent, and they're as good as caught. The logic was simple enough, but without seeing results, it was just talk. That is, until the 10th trap. Aya's heightened vantage point, thanks to her height, made all the difference in the dense jungle. She spotted it first and began pointing eagerly ahead, her excited gestures outpacing her words. Lin Mo rushed forward in swift strides. A young deer. Its leg was caught, and it was struggling on the ground. Weighing about 50 pounds, its movements were already growing weaker. This untouched rainforest had an unbelievably high density of resources. Just a handful of traps could yield results like this. Naturally, the group converged on the trapped deer. The deer raised its head and looked around at the circle of towering figures. Realizing it was cornered, it stopped struggling, lay still, and tears began streaming from its eyes. No one was softened by the sight. Lin Mo borrowed Aim's spear and demonstrated. Aim stepped forward and thrust into the heart. The movements were simple and easy to understand. He then handed the spear back and looked at Aya, leaving no doubt about his intentions. Your turn. Aya fell silent for a moment. Then she said, hold it down. I'll do it. The others pinned the deer's limbs while Aya gripped the spear tightly, taking aim. It was her first time stepping into the role of the hunter. Despite her impressive frame and height, she looked like a nervous child performing in front of a crowd for the first time, her hands trembling. Still, she pressed forward. The spear pierced the deer's neck, prompting a heartbreaking cry from it. That cry was enough to shatter the group's resolve. The people holding the limbs let go and stumbled back. Even Aya took a half step back, letting out a small cry of surprise. She was shaking so badly, she couldn't even pull the spear out. The overpowering scent of blood, the animal's pained cry, its violent struggles, all of it triggered a visceral, primal response beyond conscious thought. Lin Mo had positioned himself for this exact scenario. He lunged forward, pinning the deer down as it attempted to rise. With his small blade, he struck its heart. One stab, then another, holding down its thrashing legs until the struggle ceased completely and the cries faded away. The rainforest went silent once more. Aya stood frozen, gasping for breath, the spear still clutched tightly in her hands, her knuckles white. Lin Mo stood, dusting off his hands, and looked at her. That kill was hers. Even though he had dealt the finishing blow, today Aya had truly taken part in her first hunt. What happened after that, however, was far more surprising than Lin Mo anticipated. In their tribal culture, apparently, participating in one's first hunt carried a significance that Lin Mo hadn't foreseen. Back at the river, when Lin Mo cast the fishing net into the water, everyone froze in place. It wasn't because the act was extraordinary, but because within moments, a few fish, each weighing 4 to 5 pounds, were scooped up and flung onto the riverbank, flopping wildly. To the women, who had never seen a fishing net before, it was nothing short of a miracle. Their methods of catching fish involved either scavenging for dead ones or using spears to jab into the water, not exactly efficient, as more often than not, the fish would slip away. Aya stood by the bank, her expression somewhere between astonishment and something deeper she couldn't quite articulate. That day's haul, combined with the trapped deer and 3 wild chickens from earlier, added up to nearly 200 pounds of meat. All of it achieved without special powers, screens, or cheats. Just pure effort, traps, and tools. But the deer was the turning point that truly shifted the dynamics. Aya had hesitated in the moment, a retreat that wouldn't go unnoticed. For the strongest member of the tribe to falter in a situation like that, expression froze for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. He understood the thoughtfulness behind the gesture, but handling these special components wasn't exactly what he'd planned for today. Thank you, but this is a bit too valuable to use right now, he said with a slight smile, trying to make his tone as friendly as possible to avoid offending anyone. The big sisters glanced at each other, a little confused, but didn't push back. They carefully placed the offering down and slowly retreated to their previous tasks. Lin Mo let out a quiet sigh after they left. The people here were genuine and kind-hearted, but the cultural nuances between him and the tribe still caused some occasional misunderstandings. It was something he had to navigate delicately while trying to implement changes without disrupting their way of life too drastically. Back to the matter at hand, he finished adding more wood to the kiln. The ceramic water containers were critical not just for storing water, but for enabling advancements in food preservation and overall survival. These steps felt small now, but collectively, they could push the tribe toward a more stable and self-sufficient way of living. But even as he worked on practical solutions, the personal dynamics within the group were becoming increasingly layered. The looks, the fleeting gestures, it was becoming harder to ignore. It wasn't that he didn't notice. He just didn't want to complicate things further by addressing it outright. Lin Mo stood up and stretched, then glanced toward the northwest. That dense forest 900 meters away. The repeated message in the system nagged at him. Something's there, he muttered to himself. It was time to prepare. His expression grew a bit complicated. Aya handed something to him with a grin. Mo, here, it's delicious. The women of the tribe looked at him with both admiration and something else. To them, Lin Mo was now the strongest man in the tribe. And this was their way of rewarding him. Before Lin Mo headed out to check the traps, Aya had done something unusual. She handed him a piece of liver. In this tribe, that wasn't just food. Eating the liver was a privilege reserved for the highest-ranking person. As the tribe's queen, Aya presented it to him with both hands, a gesture heavy with meaning, and Lin Mo knew exactly what it implied. He didn't accept it, though. He just smiled and said, Aya, you're still the leader here. Hearing this, Aya beamed with joy. But Lin Mo was already slinging his backpack and knives over his shoulders, ready to head out. He took 5 people along to check the 20 traps they'd set earlier. 12 of the traps had been triggered. The haul wasn't bad. 6 wild chickens that were still in decent shape. There was also a wolf caught in one of the traps, but it was on the brink of death. Its left leg and right hind leg bore old injuries, making it a little bulkier than the wolf they'd encountered before, but clearly weaker. When Lin Mo approached, the wolf let out a low whine before reflexively baring its teeth. For a moment, a thought crossed his mind. Could he tame it? But after seeing its weakened state, he quickly dismissed the idea. One swift motion, and the wolf was gone. Lin Mo proceeded to dissect it, redistributing the intestines and organs into the traps to lure future prey. The real surprise, however, occurred on the way to check the traps. As Lin Mo walked, he kept an eye on the vegetation along the trail. He was on the lookout for anything useful for making cloth, rami, silkworms, anything. The tribe needed clothing, and leaving the matter unresolved would eventually become a serious problem. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. By the roadside, there was an unimposing plant. Its slender leaves were broader than bamboo leaves, and the main stalk stood nearly a meter tall. He crouched down, using his small spade to loosen the soil around its roots. When he dug it out, he realized it was wild ginger. Lin Mo had actually seen this plant a few times during his time here, but every other time, his focus had been on the traps, so he dismissed it as mere weeds. This time, taking a closer look, he noticed that the area was filled with them. He quickly did a rough count. Just this patch alone could yield over 20 plants. Elated, he turned to the 5 older women who had accompanied him and announced excitedly, "This is useful." The 5 women crowded around, glanced at the plant, and immediately wrinkled their noses. "Not useful, not tasty," said one of them, shaking her head firmly. Lin Mo was taken aback at first. Then it dawned on him. They knew what it was. They just didn't like the taste. Compared to the abundance of wild fruits, ginger was low on their list of appealing food. But what they didn't realize was that the rainy season would bring with it humidity, chills, and digestive issues. With virtually no access to medicine, a simple pot of meat and ginger soup could work wonders. They couldn't imagine it now, but it might save lives later. Lin Mo didn't bother explaining. Instead, he asked directly, "Where else can I find more of these?" The older women pointed casually to another area not far away. Quickly, he got to work, harvesting both patches. Altogether, he gathered about 60 plants. He sent the ginger back to the tribe, planning to transplant it. When the tribe truly needed it, at least they'd have some stored away. By just over an hour before sunset, both the wild game and the ginger had been brought back. Aya and Aim greeted him with roasted venison, which he accepted. With one hand holding the meat, Lin Mo opened their daily message log. That message was still there. 900 meters northwest into the dense forest. If approached, there will be rewards. He stared at the line for a while. 900 meters. His usual range of activity rarely extended beyond 500 or 600 meters. Beyond that, the risks grew significantly. That message, however, had been there for more than a day, lingering like a thorn in his mind. Lin Mo made a silent decision. If the information was still there tomorrow, he would take a team and investigate. Before turning in, he handed Aya his knife and asked her to process the wolf's pelt. There were already 2 wolf skins and 2 deer hides drying on the rack. At this rate, they might finally solve the tribe's immediate need for clothing. But whatever was waiting 900 meters away, what exactly could it be? That remained an unanswered question. Lin Mo found himself standing at the cave entrance, lost in thought, before suddenly remembering what had happened the night before. It wasn't impulsive, he told himself that much. At least, not entirely. How many nights had Aim nudged him about it? Every night when they lay down, she would urge him to sleep, the warmth of her presence steadily increasing as she stared at him with an unreadable expression in her eyes. Last night, under the dark moonlight, when the others in the cave were breathing steadily in sleep, Lin Mo did his mental calculations, gritted his teeth, and decided he'd do it for the tribe. And so it was settled. When he opened his eyes in the morning, Aim was still there, sleeping soundly beside him. She looked incredibly well-rested, her bronze skin glowing faintly under the morning light with a softness that Lin Mo couldn't quite describe. It felt like she'd undergone some subtle transformation. Lin Mo tried to get up, only to find her massive, 2-meter frame still holding him in a firm embrace. After much effort, he managed to wake her. Aim blinked groggily, then slowly realized where she was. She glanced at Lin Mo, flashed a mischievous yet prideful smile, leaned down, and gave him a quick kiss before walking away. Lin Mo sat at the mouth of the cave, rubbing his face. He thought to himself, well, that's it. There's no way this is staying a secret, But then again, the cave had been so dark. Theoretically, no one could have seen anything, right? He quickly set the thought aside and went to check the kiln's progress. Aya had taken over fire duty for him last night, ensuring the wood supply stayed steady. The clay pots inside the kiln had taken shape. When Lin Mo touched the edges, they felt dry and stable, with no cracks. By the afternoon, they'd be ready to come out. As he finally let out a sigh of relief, something prodded him from the side. He didn't pay much attention at first, intent on inspecting the kiln. Then the prodding came again. Turning around, he saw Aya sitting on the ground, her face flushed. One of her large hands was stretched out, poised to keep nudging him. But as their eyes met, she pulled back awkwardly and sat upright, trying to compose herself. Then, with a determined tone, she asked, "Mo, children?" Lin Mo went quiet for a couple of seconds. And then, he was discovered. He rubbed the back of his head and gave a small nod. Aya's eyes widened, her expression full of disbelief as she clearly enunciated, "Really?" She had been gradually picking up more words these days, and Lin Mo hadn't expected the first complete sentence she'd say would be this one. Lin Mo nodded again. Aya's initial surprise slowly faded, replaced by a serious expression tinged with gratitude. Then, with deliberate intention, she spoke 2 words Lin Mo had taught her before, "Thank you." The sincerity in her voice left Lin Mo momentarily speechless. But he began to understand her reasoning. In this rugged and primitive land, children weren't seen as burdens. They were the key to survival and growth. The future of the tribe hinged entirely on the next generation. As the leader of this small tribe, Aya understood better than anyone that population was the foundation of everything. Lin Mo had already brought them fire, meat, and techniques to improve their chances of survival. If he could also bring new blood to the tribe, well, in Aya's mind, that would be an even greater contribution than bringing back a hunt. Hearing Aya's earnest, "Thank you," Lin Mo felt torn, part relieved, part uncomfortable. One thing, however, had become clear. Aya had been paying very close attention that morning, and this matter was already etched firmly into her mental ledger. The trouble ahead, Lin Mo thought, was bound to be far messier than just firing up a single clay pot. Aya didn't mince words as she stood there, her face flushed. With her 2 hands, she used gestures near her belly to indicate the size of a baby. Quietly, she said something to Lin Mo. Her meaning was direct. She wanted to have a child with him for the future of the tribe. And not just any child. She wanted a son, someone brilliant and capable, just like him. Lin Mo fell silent. In his eyes, Aya was the queen of a tribe, a towering figure at an imposing 8 feet tall. She spoke decisively and acted with measured composure. Yet, in this moment, her quiet tone and hesitant demeanor revealed a side of her he had never seen before. Lin Mo didn't outright reject her proposal, but he wasn't willing to agree either. It wasn't that he couldn't understand Aya's perspective. A tribe needed to grow and thrive. It was one of the most basic principles of survival. But Lin Mo had already reasoned it through with a colder, more calculating mindset. Children weren't what this environment lacked. It was children who could survive. Without a steady food supply, safe shelters, and clean bedding, how many would actually make it? He didn't want to witness the heartbreak of losing them firsthand. So, his answer was pragmatic. Develop first, worry about the rest later. He told Aya, now's not the time. Aya nodded and replied, I'll listen to you. Mo, whenever you think it's okay. I'll wait. She glanced around the area as if to ensure no one had overheard their conversation. Lin Mo gave her a promise. Not right now, but not too far off either. His attention then shifted toward Aim, who was already heading off into the jungle. Aim was walking a little awkwardly, her steps uneven, but just as she was nearing the edge of the forest, she turned back to give Lin Mo a sweet smile before disappearing into the shadows of the trees. Lin Mo sighed inwardly. What had happened the night before might have seemed like an accident, but in truth, what accident was there to speak of? It was simply a man, completely at ease, lowering his guard. He could admit it had been the most relaxed he'd felt since arriving in this era, but in the aftermath of that comfort was a sense of emptiness and fatigue. Aim, fortunately, had enough self-control to ensure things didn't spiral into bigger concerns. As for Aya, that would still need to wait. Wait until the tribe was truly ready. Lin Mo saw yet another angle to all of this. He hadn't encountered any other tribes yet, but he knew when he eventually did, conflict was almost inevitable. If he could leverage territory and rules to keep the peace, that would be the preferred route. But if that didn't work, he needed something else, something that could decisively tip the scales in their favor. Trying to win battles with stones and wooden spears? That wouldn't cut it. Later that morning, Lin Mo crouched by the kiln, closely monitoring the fire and temperature, while Aya organized a team to gather firewood. Meanwhile, the other women started working on freshly dried animal hides, preparing to craft clothing for the tribe members who still lacked proper coverings. Lin Mo joined in, helping to design patterns for the clothes. The moment his hands got to work, however, he realized the dried hides were far scarcer than he'd assumed. By the time they laid everything out, they barely had enough material to make 3 pairs of simple shorts. Even with all the scraps pieced together, it might just barely stretch enough for a basic top. He tried explaining how to cut the material efficiently to the group, gesturing as he talked, but they returned his efforts with blank stares. He considered drawing guidelines directly on one of the women's stomachs with mud for demonstration, but just as he reached out, Aim stepped in front. Her gaze was steady, her expression disapproving. She didn't say a word, yet her point was crystal clear. Helpless, Lin Mo took a step back. He found a flat patch of ground, used a stick to sketch out the design, and explain things that way instead. Then he turned to Aim and said, We're making these not-so-covered clothes here, okay? You letting me do this? Aim didn't budge. Quietly, she muttered, Mine. The jealousy was real. Lin Mo glanced at Aim's current crude outfit, then quickly shifted his eyes elsewhere. He decided against further remarks. He knew all too well, the moment she donned one of his carefully crafted designs, he'd likely lose control all over again. So, to avoid temptation, the best solution was to let Aim continue wearing what she had on. Lin Mo sighed and asked Aim reluctantly, Well then, should we just make one of these private clothes for you? The moment Aim put on her new garment, the atmosphere in the entire camp shifted. She walked tall, a wide smile spread across her face that she couldn't suppress, strutting in circles around the others countless times. The shorts, secured with straps, stayed snug even when jumping or squatting. A literal miracle for this group of women hardened by life in the rainforest. A flock of the older women gathered around her, touching the garment in awe before flocking to Lin Mo, chanting his name sweetly, Mo, over and over again. Then Aya stood up. The queen rarely showed anger. Yet this time, she rose to her full 8-foot height. The energy of the grasslands alone seemed to overwhelm everyone into silence. Aya first. Aya gets it. Those 6 words were enough to stop anyone else from pushing forward. The older sisters stepped back quietly, and even Aim shrank her neck, retreating obediently. Lin Mo reacted swiftly, tossing out a task to the crowd. Go inspect the traps, hunt for prey, and bring back animal hides. That's the only way to earn new clothes. The moment he said this, the older sisters, who had been fighting just moments before, grabbed their spears and teamed up, disappearing into the rainforest. Even Aim joined them. After all, showing off new clothes was a kind of prideful display. The camp quieted immediately. Only Aya remained. Making clothes for Aya was a far cry from doing the same for Aim. Aya was the tribe's queen, with the most shapely figure, harmonious proportions, and an air of mature grace that set her apart. For a brief moment, Lin Mo paused as he cut the animal hide. Fitting leathers required entering the cave. In the dimly lit cave, Aya sat on a pile of grass, an air of bashfulness mixed with anticipation. She had been the first person to soberly recognize Lin Mo's abilities and the first to make a decision in her heart, even if she hadn't said it out loud yet. Lin Mo tied the straps meticulously, securing the hide around her. Then, as if struck by a thought, he stopped abruptly. Aya, wait a moment. Aya responded softly, sitting still on the grass pile. Lin Mo stared at her for a few moments, but didn't immediately explain. It wasn't until 5 clay water jars were removed from the kiln that Lin Mo finally exhaled in relief. This wasn't a small accomplishment. With no tools or references at hand, creating these jars, from molding and shaping to firing, had been a gamble in itself. One jar had a slight crack near the top, but it didn't affect its usability. The other 4 were flawless, with smooth interiors and exteriors, each capable of holding 10 liters. Together, they were sufficient for the tribe's daily water needs. They wouldn't need to trek to the stream every time they needed water anymore. Lin Mo placed the jars in a shady spot to cool, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. The first true accomplishment he could claim since arriving in this world. Aya came over curiously, staring at the jars for a long time. When it clicked that they could hold water, her eyes lit up with understanding. Aim, on the other hand, watched for a while but still looked confused. There was another task in the works that morning. Lin Mo plucked some feathers from the wild chicken flock, white, black, and red, tying them together with grass rope to create a headpiece. He placed it on Aya's head. While simple in design, it conveyed an unmistakable message, a mark of the tribe queen's status. Aya, standing at an impressive 8 feet tall, now wore a newly crafted deer-hide corset and wolf-hide shorts. With the multicolored feather adornment resting on her head, she walked out with a commanding presence that was undeniable. The tribe members' gazes followed her. Envy was written all over their faces. Im only gave her a passing glance, her expression calm, though her mind was already calculating. She knew that such a feathered accessory symbolized status. Currently, only Lin Mo and Aya were entitled to wear one. If she wanted one, she'd have to earn it. Her thoughts were clear in her scrutinizing glances at Lin Mo, which now carried a different kind of intent. By noon, the hunting party returned with decent spoils: 6 wild chickens, 3 rabbits, and a skinned lizard. The rabbits had met an undignified fate, caught in traps and frightened to death after unsuccessfully struggling to escape. Despite the lack of injuries, their lifeless eyes told the story. However, their soft fur would be perfect for making a small top, something to consider later. Food supply wasn't a pressing concern for now. The cave already housed nearly 20 domesticated wild chickens. On the drying rack hung fish, deer, and lizard jerky. Wild ginger had been planted as well, so even without processing anything today, they could survive for 2 to 3 days without any issues. After lunch, Lin Mo pulled up the daily intelligence panel. Today's intel focused on the Northwest. Before he even finished reading the contents, just seeing Northwest was enough to determine the next destination for the afternoon. The system refreshed 7 pieces of information daily, though Lin Mo usually could do little more than look at them. An alligator was 3 kilometers away and mortally wounded. It could provide several dozen pounds of meat. But bringing this group of people 3 kilometers through the dense rainforest without knowing what dangers lay in wait along the way wasn't feasible. Meanwhile, A saber-toothed tiger lurked silently 3 kilometers to the south, clearly waiting to ambush prey, also not an option. Though intriguing, chasing rabbits in the dense forest 2 kilometers northeast wasn't worth the energy expenditure. It was a gamble whether their efforts would earn enough food to offset the effort. However, for 3 consecutive days, one notification had remained unchanged. 900 meters northwest, in the dense forest, there is sure to be a reward. For 3 days, the same message repeated itself, word for word. The system gave no explanation, only the promise of a guaranteed reward if he ventured near. This message lingered in Lin Mo's mind for 3 days, like an itch he couldn't scratch. While eating, he casually rubbed Aim's arm and asked if there was any danger in that direction. That single touch altered Aim's entire demeanor. Her eyes began to glimmer with something unspoken, only for Lin Mo to change the topic to the northwest before she could process her feelings. Flustered, she swallowed her emotions and turned to ask Aya instead. Aya thought for a moment, stood up, and used her tall, lean frame to pantomime something. Lin Mo watched her intently for a while. Buffalo? No, wait. Moo. He imitated the sound. The entire group froze for a second, their expressions indicating they all immediately understood what he meant. Then they nodded furiously, their faces brimming with an unspoken agreement. Yes, that kind of moo. Aya followed up earnestly with her own serious moo. And that was it. Lin Mo paused for a beat, staring blankly. So the danger, 900 meters northwest, was a cow mooing, causing them to flee? Honestly, it kind of made sense. This group could scare themselves silly over practically anything. Even the timid sound of a fawn could send everyone scattering in panic. If a cow let out a bellow, odds were the entire group would bolt before anyone could comprehend what lay ahead. The system promised rewards upon approaching, but they never got close enough before fleeing for their lives. No choice, someone had to take a look. Lin Mo immediately began preparations. Using a knife handle, he smashed through the dense bones of a young deer, breaking them with significant effort. He carved out sharp bone blades, attaching them to wooden shafts with string tied tightly to secure them in place. Though the deer from which the bones came wasn't fully grown, making the bones less than ideal in size, they were suitable enough for spear tips. Following this process, he crafted around 10 spears in total. 900 meters, that wasn't a great distance. Still, in the forest, anything could happen. It was better to arm up before heading out. After finishing his preparations, he turned to Aya and uttered 2 words, hunting, gathering. Aya didn't look too willing to head in that direction, but after glancing at Lin Mo, she quietly stood and motioned for the others to follow. However, these women, who exuded such an aura of confidence when eating, sleeping, or lounging, immediately faltered in their steps the moment they realized they were heading toward an area claimed by the mooing creatures. Lin Mo led the group, his mind racing with a singular question. What exactly is out there that the system has marked rewards guaranteed upon approaching for 3 consecutive days? When Lin Mo stopped, the shrubs ahead were deathly silent. And that silence was the most dangerous sign of all. He extended a hand for a spear without explaining further. Aya, uncertain of what he was planning, instinctively handed over the weapon she was holding. And then she saw it. A snake, 10 meters long. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was a real 10 meters of serpent, entirely golden, with white spots dotting its scales. When these markings aligned, they eerily resembled a human face, complete with eyes and a nose. The snake lay motionless on the forest floor, its belly round and swollen from a recent meal. It wasn't in the mood to move, basking instead in a lazy, overfed haze. The snake's head was larger than a fist, and its thickest part rivaled the size of Lin Mo's thigh. The tribespeople's collective reaction upon seeing such a creature was to instinctively step back. This wasn't cowardice, it was experience. Anyone bitten by a snake in their tribe had rarely survived. Just a glance at this enormous golden serpent was enough to make their knees weak. But Lin Mo didn't retreat. He gripped his spear tightly, moving forward inch by cautious inch, his footsteps deliberately light. Ame's heart pounded so hard she thought it might stop. Yet, staring at Lin Mo's back, she clenched her teeth and followed. She didn't even think about why she did it. Perhaps she simply felt that if he wasn't backing down, she couldn't either. The others hesitated but eventually followed as well, though a couple of them were paralyzed with fear. Without a word, Aya took their spears, positioning herself beside Lin Mo. Roles were quickly decided. Lin Mo would target the head, and the others would take on the body. Aya translated his instructions, making sure everyone understood. The plan was clear, but the snake, as sluggish as it appeared, wasn't entirely unaware. As Lin Mo inched closer, the golden snake suddenly opened its mouth, its sharp fangs glinting as a low hissing sound emanated from its throat. A moment later, it released a stream of liquid, spraying nearby dirt and sending tiny droplets flying. Venom. This was no ordinary snake. It was venomous, and it now sensed danger. There was no time to hesitate. Lin Mo lunged forward, driving his spear right behind the snake's head, its softest, most vulnerable spot. The bone blade sank in with a sickening squelch, pinning the snake's head to the ground. But the snake wasn't dead. The 10-meter-long body began thrashing wildly, hitting the ground with force akin to a thick rope being whipped through the air. Lin Mo gripped the spear shaft tightly, but even he almost lost his footing. As he struggled, the snake's tail lashed out, striking his calf and thigh with incredible force. The impact sent a shudder through his bones. Pain, sharp and searing. Aya didn't pause. She drove her spear into the snake's neck. The rest of the group joined in, one after another, thrusting their spears into the serpent's body. Amid the chaos, Ame abandoned her spear entirely, throwing herself onto the wildly writhing body. With both hands gripping tightly, she used every ounce of strength to hold it down, keeping it from lashing out at Lin Mo again. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, forcing the spear deeper into the creature. Ame caught sight of the red swelling spreading across Lin Mo's leg, a vivid reminder of where the snake had struck him. She could see that despite the obvious pain, he didn't let go of the spear. Something within her snapped. Letting go of the snake, she grabbed a large stone nearby and, with both hands, raised it high before slamming it down on the snake's head. Once, twice, the immense golden serpent gradually stilled, its thrashing coming to a complete stop. Lin Mo let out a relieved breath, the pain in his leg finally catching up to him. He hissed in discomfort. The snake's head was pinned under the heavy rock, but he didn't allow Ame to retrieve it, nor did he let anyone else approach. Even a dead venomous snake could reflexively lash out. It wasn't worth the risk. They waited a while, ensuring there were no more signs of movement, before Lin Mo finally spoke. This snake would provide at least 100 pounds of meat. And today, his tools consisted of only a small knife and a group of women who, just yesterday, were scared stiff but had now willingly thrown themselves into the fray, pressing down the body of a thrashing predator with their bare hands. Glancing around, Lin Mo saw Ame rubbing her partially numb hands from the strain, and Aya standing firm with her spear, her expression steadier than before. Lin Mo thought to himself, 900 meters was his current boundary. But with this group of people, those boundaries were slowly but surely being pushed further. It was only after the snake had been completely dealt with that Lin Mo realized there was an issue with his leg. The injury wasn't from a bite, but from being struck. The dying snake's tail had lashed out far harder than he'd anticipated. The skin on his leg was already bruising, radiating heat. He could still walk, but every step was a battle against pain. Ame didn't waste words. Crouching down, she patted her lower back. Lin Mo climbed on without hesitation. This wasn't the first time she'd carried him, and he saw no need to argue. With Lin Mo on her back, Ame took the lead, while Aya cut through the blocking underbrush with a small knife. The rest of the group spread out, guarding their surroundings. Their small group advanced deeper into the forest. From his elevated perch, Lin Mo had the clearest view. And on they pressed. Amy's skin, something was off. It wasn't the typical condition you'd expect from a primitive person. It was tan, yes, but unusually smooth, almost poreless upon closer inspection. Aya was the same, her complexion even cleaner than that of many modern people. And there was no hint of that sweaty, sour odor he'd expected from living in such conditions. Instead, Amy radiated a faint, indescribable fragrance, subtle but present. And somehow, Lin Mo couldn't help but connect that scent to how disoriented he'd been last night. This wasn't the earth he knew. He hadn't said it aloud, but deep down, He'd already begun realizing that far too much here defied explanation. After pushing past a dense patch of shrubs, the forest suddenly opened up. The tangled undergrowth gave way to a carpet-like covering of soft plants, just a few inches tall, neatly kept, clean. Ahead of that, "Stop," Lin said, signaling Amy to halt. He carefully climbed down and, ignoring the sharp pain in his leg, took a few slow steps forward. And then he looked up. Bamboo. But it wasn't like any bamboo he had ever seen. Each stalk was massive, more than a foot in diameter, soaring upward to heights of 100 to 130 feet. The tallest ones, he estimated, were over 160 feet. The bamboo walls were thick, their color a deep, vibrant green. They stood straight and unwavering, towering toward the sky, forming a seemingly endless forest of thousands, probably tens of thousands, of these enormous stalks. Lin Mo's mind quickly ran through the bamboo species he remembered from Blue Planet, dragon bamboo. But even dragon bamboo back home didn't grow this large, this tall, or this densely packed. This bamboo forest, it could supply resources for decades. He didn't linger to admire it, though. Kneeling, he opened his backpack and pulled out a jagged metal wire. A regular knife wouldn't be effective here, but this wire, this would work. Lin Mo bent down, ignoring his throbbing leg, and began sawing through the first stalk. The more he cut, the clearer his mind became. The bamboo walls were thicker than expected. That was a good sign. It meant he had material perfect for making a bow structure. The strong bamboo fibers could be woven into rope or even bowstrings. Split and treated, the stalks could become frames for armor or hollowed out to make utensils and even cooking pots. Better yet, the bamboo's growth rate was quick. In just 3 years, a new stalk could reach over 60 feet. As long as the forest didn't burn down, this was essentially a self-regenerating supply depot. As he mentally noted all the ways this resource could be used, Amy reappeared from the underbrush, carrying a handful of crushed herbs. The leaves had been mashed to a pulp, their dark green juice leaking out. Lin. Here, she called excitedly. Lin Mo didn't recognize the plant, but Aya and the other tribespeople nearby reacted with relief when they saw it, a kind of shared certainty. Their expressions said it all. This herb worked. Lin Mo had no reason to doubt the locals' judgment. His leg was still bruising badly, and the real challenge was just beginning. Whether or not the herbs were effective was uncertain. But this bamboo forest? It gave him real, tangible assurance. He now had the raw materials he needed to survive. The next step would be creating something out of it. That was where the real work began. When the makeshift poultice was applied to his leg and then removed shortly after, Lin Mo's suspicions were validated. The swelling had reduced significantly. The deep purple and black bruising on his calf had visibly faded. But more astonishing than the relief of pain was the sensation running through his leg, a cooling, invigorating force that seemed to penetrate down to the bone. It wasn't like icing, nor was it akin to typical painkillers. It was real, rapid, almost unbelievable healing. On Blue Planet, no topical medicine could come close to this effect. Lin Mo stayed calm, surprisingly so. This wasn't Blue Planet. That much was now an undeniable fact. He'd already suspected it, but seeing this herb work its magic left no room for doubt. It also clarified something critical. This world operated on its own set of rules, ones he needed to fully understand. Fortunately, what advantages he did have were all in his head, knowledge brought from Blue Planet. Nothing here, nothing native, worked in his favor. That meant he needed speed. He needed stability. And above all, he needed to stay 3 steps ahead. Lin Mo resumed cutting. The towering bamboo stalks fell one after another under the relentless precision of the metal wire. Each section, about 15 feet long, dropped heavily to the ground. His plan was straightforward. Everyone in the group would carry 2 pieces, one large, tucked under an arm, and one smaller, slung over the back. By the end of the collection, they'd amassed close to 50 stalks, enough for the entire team to carry back to the village. The women of the tribe didn't complain. They hoisted the bamboo easily, walking ahead in pairs. Lin Mo trailed behind, ostensibly to keep an eye out for danger. But in truth, his mind was already racing through what needed to happen next after their return. 900 meters. That was the approximate distance back to the village. But here in the rainforest, Distance wasn't the concern, risk was. Low bushes blocked visibility. Vines pulled at feet. A snake might uncoil from the shadows in the very second someone glanced away, or a predator might wait silently until they stepped into its hunting grounds. This trek had taught Lin Mo one thing. Traveling alone in this environment, without sufficient strength, was as good as gambling with your life. Safety here came in numbers. For now, the sheer size of this tribe was his best protection. When they finally returned to camp, his eyes immediately locked onto the golden serpent. It was enormous, over 30 feet long, nearly 3 feet thick at its widest part. Its shiny scales glinted under the firelight, and a group of easygoing women casually hefted the snake as though it weighed nothing. Lin Mo pulled out the gallbladder, skewered it on a stick, and set it by the fire to roast. Then he crouched down to work on the snake's skin. When the arduous process was over, he spread the snake hide flat onto the ground, close to 3 feet wide, stretching a full 30 feet in length. The golden scales shimmered evenly across the surface, tough yet pliable. This material far outclassed the animal hides the tribe currently wore. It was enough to make several full outfits, with material left over. But clothing would have to wait. Right now, bamboo was the priority. Dragging out one massive bamboo stalk, Lin Mo enlisted Aya and another tribeswoman to hold its end steady. Using the metal cutting wire, he scored grooves into the bamboo's surface, slicing through its thick walls before pushing forward with deliberate force. Pop, crack, splinter. The stalk split cleanly from top to bottom. The bamboo was thick, dense, and yet, against the wire, it gave way almost effortlessly. Lin Mo's thoughts were already racing ahead. The stream near their camp sat at a higher altitude than their cave. If he connected several sections of bamboo into a sloped channel, water could flow down on its own. With the system in place, the tribe wouldn't have to constantly fetch water by hand, and that freed up manpower for other tasks. Fresh water, delivered directly to the camp. Something as simple as that could rewrite their daily lives. Its pleasure, its efficiency. Efficiency accumulated over time builds strength. And strength is the only currency Lin Mo values. Currently, the group operates under a primitive, loose chieftain system. Inefficient, everyone safeguarding their own bottom lines. But this wasn't what Lin Mo wanted. Gradually, as the tribe expanded and resources accumulated, even those who had been rejected and cast out by other tribes, the older women, could rise with this group. When this tribe became strong enough, that would mark the true beginning of structural change. But that was a long-term vision. For now, there was a snakeskin, a pile of bamboo joints, and a creek's terrain that needed scouting for tomorrow. Lin Mo lowered his head and continued splitting bamboo. As soon as he hung the snakeskin up to dry, the women of the tribe collectively held their breath. Golden scales reflected sunlight in a radiant, almost majestic sheen. The skin, easily 10 meters long, was fully stretched out, nearly snapping the bamboo frame under its weight. Aim was the first to claim a patch near her side, pointing and saying, "Mo, this one's mine." Aya wasted no time either and immediately laid claim to the area marked with pale, human-like spots. The moment the two women spoke, the rest of the tribe went silent. Within the tribe, everyone knew whose word carried the most weight. That single snakeskin was enough to make tops and shorts for 3 women. For ordinary people, it could easily make 7 or 8 sets of clothing, but these women were enormous. Compared to them, any woman Lin Mo had ever seen back in modern society would have looked like a child. Aya, standing tall at 2.5 meters, was remarkably proportioned, almost graceful. The shortest person in the entire tribe still stood over 2 meters, and judging by their skin and demeanor, most of them couldn't be older than 20. Lin Mo brushed aside further thoughts and turned to process the snake meat. Swallowing the snake gall, he winced at the unpleasant taste but immediately appreciated its invigorating effects. As he sprinkled salt over the meat, another thought crossed his mind. Roasted meat had grown tiresome. Today he would try a stew. Sliced ginger, spices, bamboo cylinders to act as pots. All the necessary elements could be gathered here. He chopped about 10 bamboo cylinders, each 40 centimeters wide and nearly a meter tall, and crafted a few bamboo pots. Then, he went to the shaded area to inspect the clay water bottles he had fired earlier. Tapping them lightly, They all seemed solid with no cracks, 5 out of 5 intact. Checking this task off mentally, Lin Mo walked over and called for Aya. She didn't respond. Her eyes were still glued to the snake's skin, as if pinned down by its golden glow. Lin Mo frowned slightly and reached up to pat her leg. Aya snapped out of it and looked down at him. Lin Mo pointed to the bamboo barrels, bamboo pots, and water bottles, then gestured toward the creek. Aya repeated his instructions aloud, pronouncing every word clearly. Then her eyes lit up. She understood. These bamboo barrels could hold large amounts of water, drastically reducing the need for trips to fetch water. Washing up would become easier too. All that effort spent moving bamboo earlier was starting to make sense now. As the group set out, Lin Mo shouldered his pack, already considering another plan in his mind. If water could be diverted directly from the creek into the camp, daily life efficiency would double. Even better, he could excavate a fish pond nearby, relocate the creek's fish into it, creating a reliable food source. It would be a big project, though, a few days at the least. But Lin Mo had no intention of sidestepping it. If it was feasible, he would make it happen. They hadn't gone far before Aya suddenly stepped sideways to block him. She was the tallest in the group, her line of sight reaching further than anyone else's. Without saying a word, she stopped him in his tracks, her arms stretched out firmly, eyes locked on something by the creek. The other women followed her gaze, their expressions freezing, not in surprise, but in abject fear. Aya yanked Lin Mo behind her, her voice lowered, her grip unwavering. The group stood paralyzed by the creek. It wasn't the enormous fish that stopped them, it was the creatures fighting over it. 70 to 80 meters away, 2 juvenile saltwater crocodiles were locked in a brutal struggle. Every snap of their jaws echoed with a force that made the ground tremble even at this distance. Over 3 meters long, their muscular legs strained against their leathery hide as the creek churned violently under their thrashing. From his elevated perch on Aya's shoulders, Lin Mo could see everything clearly. Juvenile saltwater crocodiles. 2 of them. Aya was trembling now, the vibration traveling up to his calves. Behind him, several women couldn't even lift their heads, with one covering her eyes completely. Aya turned to Lin Mo, her voice low but resolute. Mo, let's go back. Lin Mo didn't move. Instead, he silently weighed his options. Those 2 crocodiles were not just here for a casual drink. Saltwater crocodiles were notoriously territorial. Both appearing in this narrow, 4 to 5 meter wide creek meant they weren't fighting over a mere 10-pound fish. This was about claiming dominion over the entire waterway. And there was only one possible outcome to their confrontation. By the end of the day, one crocodile would die, and the other would emerge victorious. Neither would back down. The problem was, if Lin Mo and his group retreated now, this creek would forever belong to the crocodiles. Juvenile crocodiles might only be 3 meters long now, but as adults, they could grow to almost 20 meters. If this waterway became their territory, every trip for water or fish would effectively turn into trespassing on their turf. Today, they might snap a fish in half. Next time, it could be Aya's leg. This threat wasn't something Lin Mo could afford to leave unchecked. It was a time bomb waiting to go off. Aya, send the others back to camp. Bring the snakeskin. The snakeskin. Aya hesitated for a moment, confused as to why they weren't retreating, but instead were waiting for the snakeskin. But one look at Lin Mo's eyes, calm, calculating, far from reckless, silenced her questions. She turned and gestured to Aim. Without hesitation, Aim and another woman bolted back to camp, running at full speed. Lin Mo locked his gaze back onto the 2 crocodiles. Saltwater crocodiles. Apex predators with terrifying bite strength and armored scales that seemed impervious to most weapons. But their deadliest flaw? Many overlooked that. What's the deal? It meant that every time it sprinted with all its might, it was running on empty. Every biting attack required it to catch its breath afterward. On land, its movement speed was slower than a stroll. This wasn't a fierce beast, it was a fuel-guzzling heavy machine, and once it ran out of fuel, it was absolutely nothing. And right now, the 2 in front of Lin Mo were helping him burn through their fuel reserves. Nearly half an hour passed. Aya's shoulders were giving out. She shot Lin Mo a silent look to let him know. Only then did Lin Mo realize he'd been happily watching this showdown. casually swinging his legs, while sitting on Aya's shoulders for 30 whole minutes. How inconsiderate. He quickly had Aya let him down. Just as she did, Aim came running back, delivering the shed snakeskin. She was panting heavily, her legs trembling under her weight, but she looked up at Lin Mo expectantly, waiting for his next command. In the creek, the two king crocodiles bore visible injuries on their lips, heads, and legs. Yet, their fighting spirit hadn't wavered. Lin Mo glanced at their wounds, which were becoming more serious with every moment, and his expression shifted, his smile beginning to fade. The time was near. The two king crocodiles had been locked in combat for almost an hour. They had each lost the use of one of their front legs. Now, they were lying by the creek, panting heavily, taking a momentary rest. This was the window. Lin Mo didn't waste a second. He grabbed the golden snakeskin from Aya. Draping it over his shoulders, he tucked it securely into his waistband, wrapping himself tightly. His limbs could still move freely, but his torso was completely encased in the snakeskin. This wasn't about protection. It was because king crocodiles were innately terrified of creatures with golden-scaled skin. It was something ingrained in their primal instincts. Even the boldest predator would plummet to the bottom of the food chain in the face of such fear. Fully adorned in the snakeskin, Lin Mo turned and pointed to his own eyes while addressing Aya, Aim, and the other tribe members. His voice was steady and serious as he said, Aim here. Hit it, then back away. Aya quickly relayed his instruction to the tribe. Lin Mo watched her carefully, ensuring she fully understood before he felt assured enough to move forward. He didn't need any heroic feats of strength from his tribe. He just wanted to make sure no one foolishly tried to hammer through the crocodile's tough armor. There was no point. It would be wasted effort. A crocodile's only true weak spot was its eyes. Strike the eyes, and you'd cause pain so unbearable it would thrash, exhaust itself, and even pass out. When that moment came, Lin Mo's modern-made knife would deliver the finishing blow. Two king crocodiles combined weighed over 600 kilos. Skinned, gutted, and deboned, their meat, if preserved well, would be enough to sustain the entire tribe for over 10 days. Lin Mo gripped his bone spear tightly. He felt an unshakable confidence radiate through him. His posture was upright, his step steady. Whatever was in that golden snake gallbladder he had consumed seemed to ignite something inside of him. He had never felt sharper in his life. He took the lead. As the group closed in, spanning a distance of tens of meters, the tribe members followed closely behind Lin Mo. Not one of them fell back. It wasn't because they weren't afraid. Confronting 3-meter-long crocodiles with hide as tough as iron and bones unyielding to most weapons was enough to terrify anyone. But Lin Mo was in the lead, and when Lin Mo led, success always followed. Lin Mo pointed, they followed. That was how it was. This was Aya's reasoning. For Aim, her trust in Lin Mo was absolute and unconditional. The closer they got, the more menacing the crocodiles became. From a distance, they seemed formidable. But up close, the patterns on their rugged skin and the abyss-like darkness in their eyes exuded a fearsome aura that made Lin Mo's heart involuntarily tighten. Then Lin Mo noticed something else. The two king crocodiles shuddered slightly upon seeing her. They were afraid of her. Lin Mo didn't stop. She charged forward, yelling as she ran. The eyes. Go for the eyes. The injured crocodiles tried to retreat. With their damaged front legs, they couldn't support their bodies properly. Before they could crawl away, Lin Mo had already closed the distance. Her spear plunged deep into the large eye of one crocodile. Blood spurted out as the beast bellowed in pain, its gaping jaws unleashing an anguished roar. Aim rushed to Lin Mo's side. Despite her palpable fear, she thrust her spear into the eye of the other crocodile without hesitation. Aim, fall back. Lin Mo barked. She twisted the spear mercilessly, feeling the crocodile's last desperate thrashes. At the same time, Lin Mo dragged Aim back and shifted her focus to the other side. There, Aya was leading the offensive. Her spear had already struck its target, and another member of the tribe had stepped in to land a finishing blow. Both king crocodiles let out their final, thunderous cries before it all fell silent. Now, the real work began. Lin Mo felt the small knife sheathed at her waist and strode forward to begin gutting the beasts. The stillness after such a battle was more intense than any roar. It made your heart race. The two crocodiles flailing slowed bit by bit until they spent their last vestiges of energy, entirely losing the ability to move. Their massive frames collided with each other in a final, chaotic spasm, and then nothing. Lin Mo waited, steel gaze locked on the scene, unmoving for 3 full minutes. Then, she picked up her spear and hurled it from a safe distance. No reaction from the crocodiles. Without a second thought, Lin Mo rushed forward, her small blade in hand. Aya and Aim called after her, but Lin Mo didn't look back. The blade pushed past the crocodile's thick hide, cracking through its bone with a dull sound. The resistance was strange, dense, and heavy, but Lin Mo applied more force, pressing until all resistance ceased. She withdrew the knife, walked to the other crocodile, and repeated the process. Two fierce beasts, weighing nearly 1,200 pounds combined, lay dead at her feet. Lin Mo stood, turning back to face the tribe. The same women who shrunk back at the sight of wild predators were now utterly stunned. Their mouths hung open, eyes wide with disbelief. Some even forgot to breathe. Her body was still burning. She'd eaten the snake gall too early, and the heat coursing through her veins spiked her body temperature notably. But standing there, her complexion was glowing. Her skin was unscathed, not a scratch to be seen, even after that ordeal. She ignored their dumbfounded stares, raising a hand in a decisive wave as she ordered, "Skin them, carve them, and transport the pieces back to the main camp." Her words snapped Aim out of her trance. Almost stumbling, she rushed toward Lin Mo, eager to carry out her directive. By the afternoon, the scene was completely transformed. Nearly 800 pounds of crocodile meat was spread out across the area. Some of it was being smoked for preservation, and another batch. The crocodile skins were already hanging to dry. 2 full pieces spread out on the ground, and a pile of bones formed a small hill nearby. People of the large tribe bustled back and forth through the area. Some couldn't help but chuckle softly, while others simply stood there grinning foolishly, because anyone who could see a feast of this scale without smiling would probably have something wrong with them. Lin Mo's eyes were locked on the 2 large pots of stew, seasoned with salt and slices of ginger. The bamboo pots were coated with clay, not placed directly over fire, yet the broth inside was still boiling. Crocodile meat, with its thick fat and lean, firm texture, made for an incredibly rich soup. One sip of the broth was enough to savor its density. Using bamboo chopsticks, Lin Mo picked up pieces of meat, eating one bite after another, his appetite uncontrollable thanks to the effects of the snake gallbladder he had consumed earlier. Anya approached, mentioning they'd have to work through the night to process the rest of the meat. Before she could even finish speaking, Lin Mo had already picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and offered it to her. Anya froze for a moment, then opened her mouth to take it. The taste was far better than she'd expected, leaving her in a bit of a daze. Slowly, a look of inexplicable satisfaction began to appear on her face. Standing nearby, Ame noticed this exchange. Her expression shifted, and she walked over for her share too. Lin Mo handed her a piece as well, leaning in to whisper something into her ear. Whatever he said left Ame stunned. She hadn't even swallowed the piece of meat in her hand before she promptly abandoned it, grabbing Lin Mo and dragging him back toward the direction of the caves. Tonight wasn't her turn, after all. After 3 days of not going out to hunt, the pile of leather and hides in the tribe had only grown larger. Wolf pelts, rabbit skins, deer hide, sheep hide, along with crocodile and snake skins that were still being treated with oils. Lin Mo gave a quick count and realized there was enough material to tailor jackets for at least 23 people. Pants, however, would still require more resources. Nevertheless, it was a promising start. Meanwhile, the fibers of the giant dragon bamboo were being boiled, shredded, and spun into threads. The material turned out to be far tougher than expected, making it more than suitable for sewing. But of everything he'd accomplished in the past 3 days, what Lin Mo was most proud of was the composite bamboo bough resting in the shade. 3 layers of bamboo sheets overlapped with alternating curves. Inner bend, slight bend, and outer bend were tightly bound together by bamboo fibers. When the bough was fully drawn, you could feel its sheer power. It was no toy, that was for certain. Yet behind all this activity, Lin Mo was fixated on a more pressing problem: meat spoilage. Crocodile meat, mutton, and all sorts of other game had been stockpiled far beyond the tribe's current consumption rate. Even with smoking and sealing portions in bamboo tubes, the meat's shelf life was no more than 7 days. Feeding scraps to wild chickens, using the excess as bait for traps. All these ideas had been tried, but there was still far too much left unused. It all boiled down to one pivotal missing piece: salt. With salt, the meat could be preserved. With preservation, they could stockpile, and with stockpiles, the tribe's food crisis could truly be resolved. Lin Mo had spent 3 days meticulously analyzing the surrounding terrain, but within a kilometer radius, there were no salt springs, no salt mines, not even a mildly saline patch of soil. This deficit was much larger than he had initially anticipated. As lamb's stew bubbled away in a bamboo pot, Lin Mo sprinkled in a pinch of salt and added a few slices of ginger. Instantly, the aroma filled the air. That's when he heard footsteps. Looking up, he paused for a split second. Ame was walking toward him. 3 days ago, her skin had the darker tone typical of the tribe's people. Now, under the sunlight, it seemed to glow, a radiant fairness with a smooth, flawless texture, as if her skin had undergone some kind of miraculous transformation. Even her pores were barely visible. However, Ame didn't seem to realize anything unusual. Her face flushed as she approached. She used the phrase she had become increasingly adept at over the last 3 days. Mo, love you. Lin Mo gave her a gentle, indirect response, suggesting she take a break. Ame grinned, leaned in to kiss him on the cheek, and then jogged off back to work on processing the bamboo fibers. Nearby, a group of older women immediately surrounded her, poking and prodding at her arms and face out of sheer curiosity, almost like they wanted to confirm whether her skin had truly changed. They didn't understand the concept of fair skin, but their eyes told them something was undeniably different, and now they all wanted the same for themselves. Lin Mo, for his part, also knew that his own body had undergone significant changes over the past 3 days. Tasks that required carrying over 100 pounds of weight, which he could only manage briefly before, he could now sustain for over 2 hours, a marked improvement in strength, endurance, and reflexes. He said nothing, focusing instead on sipping his soup. One person, however, chose not to join in on the commotion around Ame. Instead, Anya stood off to the side, quietly observing Lin Mo. It was difficult to decipher a queen's gaze, but Lin Mo could sense its weight. He decided to concentrate on the lamb in his bowl, avoiding her stare at all costs. Focus on progress, he reminded himself silently. He had already laid out a clear roadmap in his mind for what needed to be done next. First, find salt, a critical bottleneck that threatened everything. Second, start constructing proper housing out of giant dragon bamboo. The cave was not a long-term solution. Third, train the others to use bows. The tribe's combat capability couldn't rest solely on his shoulders. Fourth, use bamboo pipes to create a water distribution system, solving their water supply issues fundamentally. Each of these tasks was daunting in its own right, but with the meat stockpile only having a 7-day window, finding salt had to come first. The salt reserves were running low. Lin Mo pulled out a small pouch of salt from his bag and weighed it in his hand. They had brought 500 grams into the mountains. Now, less than 300 remained. Just the current pot of lamb stew alone had consumed a significant chunk. At this rate, they'd run out in just a matter of days. Without salt, the tribe couldn't truly grow. Large livestock couldn't survive, and even the people's strength would begin to deteriorate over time. This was a problem that couldn't wait. It had to be resolved today. He had already pieced together some clues. Anya had mentioned water buffalo to the northwest. Considering their massive size, they couldn't thrive without a stable salt source. It was highly likely that the salt he was searching for lay somewhere in that direction. With his goals set, Lin Mo gathered the group. Eat your fill, take some jerky and bamboo spears. We're heading to the dragon bamboo forest, he instructed. Officially, their objective was to collect bamboo for a water project, but his true aim was to access his daily resource map in the bamboo forest and skin everything within a 3-kilometer radius for useful materials. The 900-meter journey was becoming familiar, with a faint trail already forming from previous trips. Anya led the way, her tall stature giving her a clear view over the thickets ahead. They encountered no hostile animals, making for a smooth trek. Upon reaching the bamboo forest, Lin Mo directed everyone to spread out in search of herbs. Meanwhile, he grabbed a metal wire saw and began slicing bamboo. The towering dragon bamboos, standing 30 to 40 meters high, came tumbling down with just a few pulls of the wire saw. In mere moments, 3 massive trunks crashed to the ground. Lin Mo sat down on the spot to catch his breath. Ame handed him a piece of venison she had hanging from her belt. Mo, have some meat, she said, her tone playful. Lin Mo took it, bit into it, and lightly ruffled her face in return. Then he opened his daily intelligence panel. One message after another popped up. About 100 meters to the east, there's a spring that can relieve fatigue if you drink from it. Northeast, 1 kilometer away, a herd of water buffalo is resting by the river. Exactly 3 kilometers south, a black panther is chasing a flock of plump sheep. And 3 kilometers southeast, on a flat plain, wild horses are galloping freely. His eyes landed on the third entry. 300 meters northwest, a small mineral spring. Right here. He took a deep breath, reading the information again to make sure there was no mistake. A salt spring, and it wasn't some faraway, unattainable place. It was just a few minutes' walk away. He scrolled further. The 6th and 7th messages made him pause for a moment. A wry smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Aya was pondering the details of his relationship with Ame, while Ame was hoping for some cuddles tonight without Aya interfering. This system and its sources of information could be baffling, to say the least. However, these 2 discoveries, the fatigue-relieving spring and the salt spring, weren't even in the same league when it came to their importance. Both were within today's action radius, and conveniently, they were in directions he could cover in one trip. The salt issue could end today. Lin Mo stood up, his gaze already fixed on the northwest. The moment the spring water touched his lips, he froze. Not because of any peculiar taste, but because the deep, bone-weary exhaustion of the last 3 days simply disappeared. Not improved, gone. Completely. He silently counted a few seconds in his head, confirming it wasn't just his imagination. Satisfied, he turned to look at Ame and Aya and gestured for them to drink too. Aya's expression was skeptical at first. A spring is just water, after all. What could be so special about it? But the moment she took a sip, her eyes widened, momentarily dazed. The fatigue in her body had dissipated, entirely gone. Lin Mo didn't offer any elaborate explanation. He simply called for the entire group to come over and drink. 23 women altogether, and later, they'd need to transport the giant bamboo and build the water channels. The task was massive. This one sip would at least recharge everyone's energy a bit. The longer Lin Mo stayed in this world, the more certain he became that it wasn't anything like Earth. It wasn't just the unfamiliar animal species or how these women all stood taller than him, had skin smoother than his, and strength far greater. It was the density of resources. It just didn't make sense. With just 20 or so traps, something could be caught almost every day, defying logic. And now, springs that provided water capable of dispelling fatigue? He couldn't fathom what was buried beneath the soil here, but he did know that this place's value was far beyond what he initially estimated. The fatigue spring's water flowed downward, nourishing a densely packed forest of dragon bamboos. Now, Lin Mo understood how those bamboo shoots could grow to 40 or 50 meters tall. This water and this soil were no ordinary resources. His mind spun off in a new direction. If this water were used to raise fish, what kind of results would that yield? However, he set that thought aside. There were bigger priorities to handle right now. As they began heading back, preparing to start the water channeling process, Lin Mo spotted one of the women squatting by another spring, preparing to take a sip. This one had less flow than the fatigue spring, but Lin Mo immediately recognized it, the salt spring. He swiftly bridged the gap with long strides, stopping her just in time. Her expression was one of pure confusion, like a child about to have their treat taken away. Her hand hovered just above the water's surface. Lin Mo handed her his water flask. "Drink this," he said, pointing at the salt spring. "That one, you can't drink." Aya joined him, curiosity piqued. She gestured towards the salt spring. Mo, why not?" she asked. This wasn't the easiest question to answer. Explaining the benefits of salt, differentiating between salty and bitter flavors, and why excessive consumption could be harmful, All of it required a depth in language that wasn't available. Lin Mo thought for a moment and reached into his backpack for his small stash of salt. Everyone recognized it. Every time Lin Mo cooked meat, adding it would make the meat exceptionally tasty. It had become almost an unspoken rule in the tribe. Lin Mo crouched down, sprinkling a few grains into Aya's palm, and gestured for her to taste it. Aya didn't hesitate. Salt, as a concept, was entirely unfamiliar to this era. She tasted the coarse, white grains with care, her brow furrowed slightly, her tongue pressing and rolling the granules around. For someone unaccustomed to it, the sharp saltiness could be overwhelming, but she didn't spit it out. She remembered how transformational this ingredient made their meals, the fullness of flavor, the clean energy she'd felt after eating. In her mind, the cause and effect were starting to connect. May, on the other hand, lacked that patience. She stepped closer, held her hand out for her own pinch, and tossed it straight into her mouth. The results were instant. Puffed, puffed. Ugh. She sprayed out the salt and spit, pulling a face so exaggerated it was both adorable and comical. Her tongue even lolled out of her mouth dramatically. She looked beyond pitiful. Lin Mo chuckled to himself, thinking how Ame would literally try to eat anything. Aya was the first to speak, her tone deliberate as she pieced it together. Mo, the tasty meat. It's because of this? Yes, Lin Mo affirmed. This is called salt. That over there, that's salt water. Aya memorized both terms. And while Ame wasn't interested in tasting it again, she tilted her head, knowing this salt made all the difference in cooking meat. This was the first milestone for the day. It might have seemed like a small incident, but Lin Mo knew the implications. Salt was one of the thresholds of civilization. Once they stepped through that door, everything would change. But Lin Mo's true task for the day was much grander in scale. 2 pipelines. One to direct the fatigue-relieving spring water and one for the salt water. Using the giant dragon bamboos, they'd craft makeshift pipelines, connecting one section to another, carrying the vital resources all the way to the tribe. Cracked audibly. This was going to be a monumental task, but it wasn't impossible. Nearly 2,000 meters. That's how long the bamboo pipe stretched. Just transporting and aligning the individual sections into place had taken an entire day. By the time the sun was dipping below the horizon, 2 massive green bamboo pipelines lay sprawled on the ground like twin dragons resting in the fading light. But no water flowed through yet. The reason? The nodes within the bamboo hadn't been cleared. Bamboos naturally grow with sealed segments along their lengths. Spanning the entire 2,000 meters, not a single node had been cleared out. And this was where the real challenge lay. Lin Mo stood there for a moment, observing their progress. He let out a sigh, but his face showed no despair. Once those nodes were opened, this wouldn't just be 2 hollow tubes anymore. They would become lifelines for the tribe, delivering both fresh spring water and briny salt water. Within the context of this primitive era, these were as vital as blood flowing through veins. But it wasn't going to happen today. Aya wiped the corner of her mouth and, with a nearly childlike exhaustion, announced, Mo, I'm hungry. Behind her, several of the older women also looked visibly worn out. Lin Mo knew exactly how much they'd carried back and forth today. Even though they'd replenished with spring water, their bodies had reached their limits. That's it for today. Thank you, everyone. Let's head back. They didn't entirely grasp what they were working toward, but no one complained. The task itself made its importance clear. Just outside their cave hung nearly 1,000 pounds of dried, smoked meat, evidence of how their lives had improved since they started following Lin Mo. Their bodies remembered the rewards, even if their minds hadn't pieced it all together. The walk back, however, didn't go as planned. A water buffalo stood in their path. Not just any water buffalo. This one was massive. Its shoulders stood nearly 2 meters high. Its body stretched 4 meters long. Its dark, leathery hide looked tough enough to repel arrows, like natural armor. Thick, curved horns jutted from its head, their polished tips gleaming menacingly. It bellowed once, a deep, resonant sound that sent a chill through everyone. That one call froze the group in place. Aya cowered behind Lin Mo. Amy pressed herself close, and even the normally courageous older sisters, who would carry bamboo spears without hesitation, now had fear written all over their faces. Lin Mo didn't move immediately. He studied the buffalo carefully. Its gaze was cautious, but not predatory, the kind of wariness displayed by a herbivore encountering an unfamiliar group. It looked nervous, but showed no signs of preparing to charge. Lin Mo guessed this was a stray buffalo, separated from its herd, not yet provoked into aggression. The problem was, this creature was effectively untouchable. Bamboo bows and arrows wouldn't pierce its hide. Even if the women mustered the courage to jab at it with their spears, this monstrous buffalo could simply lunge forward once, knock someone to the ground, and flee. Best case scenario, the buffalo escapes. Worst case, someone gets injured, or worse, killed. Not worth the risk. Lin Mo turned toward the group and gently pushed Aya and Amy to the side, signaling for everyone to veer off onto a different path. He kept his voice calm. Even, let's go around. Don't approach it. It's not dangerous right now. Not dangerous? Aya whispered fiercely, still glued to his side, her wide eyes locked on the massive animal. Not right now. Keep moving. As they quietly skirted around, Lin Mo's mind raced. This buffalo had gone astray, which likely meant its predator was nearby. Something powerful enough to scatter a herd and isolate a 2-ton buffalo. That was the real danger. They couldn't afford to linger. The group carefully navigated their detour. The buffalo glanced at them briefly, then returned its attention to grazing on some grass. It didn't pursue. Lin Mo didn't look back, either. But he made a mental note of this encounter, its exact location, the buffalo's size, and its behavior. In this world, just because you can't handle something today doesn't mean you never will. It simply means you don't have the tools yet. The bamboo nodes weren't cleared, the pipes weren't flowing, and they had no weapons tough enough to take down something like that buffalo. Some challenges needed to be shelved until the right conditions arose. That was the question now. When would they have what they needed? Later that morning, Lin Mo found himself truly noticing Amy for the first time under the sun's golden rays. She stood amidst the women of the tribe, her skin shockingly pale. Her arms, legs, even the soles of her feet, despite walking barefoot on dirt, were porcelain white, as if untouched by sun or earth. The other women crowded around her, marveling and muttering things like, so white, their curiosity spilling over in rapid chatter. Amy looked down at her own hands, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and quiet delight. Lin Mo stood to the side, observing silently as the scene unfolded. His mind began piecing things together. Until now, he'd assumed he'd traveled to some sort of prehistoric world, one populated by primitive people, the kind who were crude, unsophisticated, and still at the starting line of civilization. But the more he observed, the more things didn't add up. After Amy's transformation, her skin didn't just look clean, it was fine, smooth, almost unnaturally pristine. Even Aya, though her change was subtler, had a face that didn't quite belong to a primitive human. They weren't primitive people. More specifically, they weren't primitive people in the sense that Earth defined the term. They lived differently, they knew different things, and Lin Mo had initially dismissed them as uncivilized because he'd applied his frame of reference too hastily. But this realization gave him hope. It meant these people had potential, untapped potential. All they needed was someone to open the right door for them. But that, too, was a problem for later. The pressing issue right now? The tribe was far too small. The fenced-off area where they lived barely accommodated their current numbers. If the population grew, or if they wanted to stockpile food, raise livestock, or dig reservoirs, there wouldn't be enough space. Lin Mo walked the perimeter of the enclosure, picking a slightly lower patch of ground and marking a spot for a potential water outlet. Then he made the call to dismantle a portion of the outer fence entirely. The work for the day would be significant. First, they needed to clear a large swath of land, uprooting weeds and trees entirely. Any root vegetables they uncovered would be set aside in case they proved useful later. Next, they had to finish opening the bamboo nodes so water could finally flow to the tribe. Then, they'd need to dig out a large pond, compacting its walls with mud to ensure the water wouldn't just seep away. And, of course, someone needed to gather salt water at the same time. It was a monstrous to-do list, and Lin Mo cracked his knuckles as he stretched. This world wasn't going to wait for them. It was time to keep moving forward. The sound of cracking filled the air as he handed the infantryman's shovel to Ame. Ame took it, gripping its wooden handle with a slightly peculiar expression, but Lin Mo didn't pay it any mind. He crouched down and began teaching her, step by step, how to dig the soil. He was confident about one thing. Ame was going to be the key player in today's tasks. She listened attentively and executed flawlessly. Nearby, Aya stood next to the meat-drying rack. She glanced at Lin Mo briefly before quickly looking away, pretending nothing had happened. Lin Mo silently made a mental note of her reaction. What happened last night wasn't worth dwelling on. There was too much to tackle today. Fortunately, there were still 2 swigs of that rejuvenating spring water left. He gulped one down, feeling instantly revitalized. The mission at hand? To officially expand the boundaries of this settlement. When it came to the most reliable workforce in this tribe, Ame wasn't just at the top of the list, she was the list. The combined efforts of all the other women in the tribe wouldn't match Ame's strength. Even Aya, standing tall at an imposing 8 feet, could only watch in awe and admiration as Ame dug a pit for the fish pond. Using the infantryman's shovel, Ame pushed the wooden handle deep into the soil, sinking it almost 2/3 of the way in. Loosening the soil, pulling the shovel out, and tossing the dirt aside, her movements were as systematic as an assembly line. In no time, the pit was already deeper than 3 feet. But relying solely on Ame wasn't sustainable. To truly be efficient, the labor needed to be spread across the 20 or so people in the settlement. Lin Mo spent an hour crafting 6 bamboo shovels out of the thick, giant dragon bamboo. Then, teaching 6 of them the task by hand, he delegated the digging. The fish pond dimensions were already set, roughly 5 feet deep, with an area about the size of a basketball court. It wasn't a small project, but it would be sufficient. He handed Aya a small knife to lead a group of 10 women in expanding the fencing. They split bamboo to use as stakes and secured them in place with bamboo ropes. Aya's expression lit up the moment Lin Mo handed her the knife. She loved that tool and wielded it with a raw seriousness every time. Once everyone was set on their tasks, Lin Mo didn't sit idle. He headed straight to where the crocodile bones were piled. The real challenge he faced now was figuring out how to channel spring water from deeper in the settlement into their living area. Giant dragon bamboo, with its diameter often over a foot wide, was perfect for creating pipelines. However, the solid nodes of the bamboo blocked the flow. Clearing those nodes had always been a one-man job, which made scaling up the process a nightmare. He identified some durable pieces of bone, shaping them into serrated edges and attaching them to wooden handles to create makeshift bone saws. Testing his prototype, he teamed up with one of the women to saw through the bamboo wall. The bamboo's tough surface was cleanly and swiftly cut open. That would do the trick. With the bone saws, clearing the bamboo shafts was no longer just Lin Mo's task. Making a few more tools, he brought a team of 8 women to the bamboo grove, ensuring they quickly learned the process. The women picked it up immediately and didn't slack off, not one of them. Lin Mo, after a quick glance, joined their efforts, processing one bamboo stalk after another. They sawed, cleared, and connected the bamboo pieces, each segment creating a continuous channel for water flow. By dusk, they returned to the settlement carrying freshly prepared bamboo pipes. The last piece of bamboo pipe was Lin Mo's personal project. His hands shook slightly as he worked. Thud, thud, thud. With a few precise strikes, he broke through the final node. Water gushed out from the bamboo pipe's outlet. This wasn't just a trickle, it was a robust, abundant flow. Using a bamboo cup, it took less than a minute to fill a full 2-gallon container. Lin Mo took a sip, clean, sweet, and refreshing. It was the same rejuvenating spring water, retaining all its unique properties even after traveling such a long way through the bamboo pipeline. Aya froze for a moment, then grasped what was happening. She turned to the tribe, shouting, "Water!" Mo brought water. The tribe members surged forward, joyfully crowding around the newly dug water pond. They allowed the water to wash away the mud and sweat from their bodies, their faces beaming with uncontainable excitement and wonder. To them, this was nothing short of a miracle. In their old reality, bathing or drinking water meant trekking to a nearby stream. But now, water, it was flowing directly into their settlement. Lin Mo stood nearby, silently watching the scene unfold. This is what a settlement should feel like, he thought. Tools are improving, people are learning, facilities are coming together, and the territory is expanding step by step. Today it was about bamboo shovels, bone saws, fish ponds, and running water. Tomorrow, the to-do list would grow even longer. What Lin didn't notice was how the distant sky had started to darken ominously. The moment he thought he could take a breather, he opened his information panel, and his expression turned grim. 3 hours. Torrential rain and gale-force winds were headed straight for them. Wildlife from all directions was already fleeing the area. Animals could sense extreme weather long before any human instrument could. Lin scanned the flood of information, quickly processing his resources, what was missing, and whether they could make it in time. He skipped straight past lines 5, 6, and 7 on the panel. Those weren't concerns for now. It had been less than a week since Lin arrived in this jungle, and already, his first real trial was bearing down on them. Rainy seasons here weren't something to underestimate. The women knew this deeply. Every rainy season was a battle of survival. Cold, hunger, venturing out into the pouring rain to forage only to return coughing, weak, and exhausted. Many who lay down to sleep during stormy nights never woke up. Without firewood, without proper shelter to block the wind, relying solely on a cave wasn't just uncomfortable, it could be deadly. Lin dropped what he was holding and walked over to the water pond, where the tribe members were still gleefully splashing around. On a side note, just moments earlier, the newly joined Sister Aching had taken her excitement to the extreme. She tried to strip off her grass clothes to jump into the water, completely ignoring the fact that Lin was standing right there. Aya slapped her on the back, while Ame moved to block Lin's line of sight. Lin coughed softly before quietly walking away, but he made a mental note. Building a bamboo bathhouse needed to be prioritized. With more people joining, scenes like this would only increase in frequency. They couldn't solely rely on social etiquette. There needed to be structure. But that was a problem for another time. Now, as Lin returned, the expression on his face was markedly different. Everyone could tell in an instant. When Lin got serious, they all knew what it meant. Aya put down what she was holding and came over. Pointing at the sky, Lin motioned as he spoke. Rain. It's going to rain. Thunder. Boom, boom. With just these few words and gestures, the expressions of everyone by the pond shifted all at once. Boom, boom meant thunder. Rain meant a downpour. The rainy season was coming. Not a single person kept joking around anymore. Everyone got to work immediately. Furs, dried meat, feathers, bones. Lin pointed one by one, and Aya quickly gathered people to move everything into the cave. They moved swiftly, understanding deeply what this meant. The memory of hunger and cold was etched into their minds. No further explanation was needed. Lin on the other hand, grabbed metal wire and started cutting trees. A few meters long, 10 meters long, he sawed them down one after another. Using bamboo as rails, everyone worked together to push the logs into the cave. They managed to store 6 large logs, giving them some peace of mind. Without enough firewood, the fire in the cave wouldn't last through the rainy season, and people would succumb to the cold. Halfway through, Lin called Aya over. He pointed at the fence and the entrance of the cave, then said 3 words: bamboo, fence, entrance. Aya froze for a second, then understood. Wind was going to rush into the cave. Even with fire, they needed a way to block the wind. She immediately turned to start chopping bamboo. With a shout, a few others quickly followed. The gale would arrive in just 3 hours. Whether or not they could finish the bamboo door would depend on how much they could get done within that time. Lin finished processing the last few logs and carefully covered his kiln with bamboo slats. This kiln was one of the most critical things he had right now. In the future, firing pottery, smelting metals, and forging tools, every step towards civilization would begin here. If a single rainstorm wiped it out, the loss wouldn't just be materials, but an entire chunk of progress. After placing the final bamboo strip, he looked up. The sky had already grown heavy and dark. 3 hours. That wasn't much time. The wind came first. The forest began swaying as a whole, birds taking off in flocks to escape afar. The daylight dimmed, rapidly giving way to the storm. Lin glanced up and judged that the torrential rain would arrive in less than 30 minutes. He didn't head over to join Aya and the others in weaving the bamboo door during such a critical moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. He knew he'd only get in the way. The women wielded small knives with practiced ease, splitting thick bamboo into segments in just a few moves. Survival instinct drove them to secure and bind the bamboo tightly, forming a functional fence-like door without needing any instruction. Lin Mo shifted his focus inward, turning his attention to the cave. Rainy seasons meant that everything sought shelter, and the cave would inevitably attract creatures seeking refuge. Snakes, centipedes, and various venomous pests loved to nestle into the unnoticed depths of caves. Lin Mo gathered a large mound of wood ash and spread it around the entrance, then pushed a line of ash along the stone walls inside. This move left the women returning with dried grass utterly baffled. In their understanding, wood ash was dirty. The farther away it was, the better. Yet here he was, piling it right where they were supposed to sleep. Aya stood at the entrance, staring at the grayish line with visible displeasure. She voiced her dissatisfaction without hesitation. Mo, this bad. Lin Mo didn't bother explaining. Instead, he spotted a centipede crawling up the stone wall. With a swift motion, he smacked it down using a bamboo tool. He picked up the centipede with a torch and presented it to Aya. The creature was still writhing, its legs twitching actively. Without a word, he tossed it into the pile of wood ash. The moment the centipede made contact with the ash, its struggling intensified drastically. Within seconds, it completely stopped moving, now unquestionably dead. The cave fell into silence. Aya stared at the dead insect in the ash pile, her worldview clearly shifting. Ash wasn't just dirty, it could kill such pests. Realizing the significance, she returned to the group and began to awkwardly explain in their shared, limited language why their sleeping area would now have a ring of ash around it. Lin Mo didn't wait for them to finish processing the information. He pushed the remaining ash further into the depths of the cave. The cave was interconnected with underground waterways, with a thin crevice that allowed a flow of air. There was no concern about running out of oxygen, even with multiple fires burning. The bamboo door was finally tied securely to wooden stakes. The cave entrance was over 8 meters tall, but they left a gap at the top for ventilation. Lin Mo took a torch and inspected the interior. Pigeons huddled together in a corner, tightly packed, with more than 20 eggs around them. For now, he decided to leave them alone. Between the dried meat, roasted food, and the pigeons, they could last about 10 days without issue. Boom. The first clap of thunder roared and reverberated, jolting everyone in the cave. A woman's voice, trembling, called out, Mo. Lin Mo had just tossed his torch onto a fire pit when someone lunged at him and hugged him tightly. It was Aim. Her face was buried in his shoulder, and her grip was startlingly strong, as though she was holding on to him for dear life. Lin Mo turned his head to look inside the cave. The firelight illuminated every face. People huddled together, fear naked in their eyes. Even Aya crouched in a corner, clutching another woman, her shoulders visibly shaking. The rain slammed down. The wind snuck through the bamboo door, making the flames flicker lower. Lin Mo lightly patted Aim's head and said, "Don't be scared." Aim shook her head, hugging him even tighter. Mo, don't let go." She wasn't asking for an embrace for its own sake. Lin Mo understood. What she meant was she didn't want to let go because holding on to him made her feel safer. Lin Mo called out, "Aya." The first night of the storm, the atmosphere within the cave was more suffocating than the rain outside. Lin Mo didn't let the tension linger too long. He instructed them to add more wood to the fire, starting multiple pits, brightening the entire cave. This wasn't just a matter of keeping warm. The light and heat naturally gave the group a sense of security. It's something deeply ingrained in human instincts. As the flames grew and the warmth spread, the palpable unease in the air noticeably diminished. Fire represents hope. That's not just a saying, it's a truth. As the mood began to ease, Lin Mo picked up a tree branch and started a different task, teaching them how to count. 1 branch meant 1. 2 branches meant 2. Arranging 5 branches together meant 5. Then he used fingers, showing how every 5 formed a 10. Aya was a quick learner. By the end of the evening, she could already count to 30. Meanwhile, Aim watched the entire lesson with an expression that screamed, "What on earth are you doing?" Eventually, she gave up even looking and turned away to sulk in silence. Lin Mo kept teaching. It wasn't for fun. It was for survival. If you couldn't clearly count or describe amounts, how would you convey how many prey animals you saw, how far away they were, or how many days a task might take? Of course, Aya didn't seem to care much about this reasoning. Halfway through learning, she decided she'd had enough, shifting the discussion in a completely different direction. With surprising seriousness and a natural air of authority that bordered on queen-like, Aya pointed to the sleeping aim, her porcelain skin glowing softly in the firelight, and then pointed to herself. Without any sugarcoating, she declared, "Mo, I want a baby." Lin Mo paused for a moment and then blurted out every thought in his head. He said he was tired. Aya didn't catch most of what he said, but she understood one thing. Mo was exhausted, and hugging, which was her euphemism for more intimate activities, took too much energy. She didn't push the matter further. Instead, showing surprising empathy, she handed him a bamboo flask of spring water, pouted her lips, and fell silent. Lin Mo took the water and smoothly shifted the subject elsewhere. He started asking Aya about the tribe they used to belong to. He struck gold with that question. Aya perked up with interest, and soon other women joined in, contributing their pieces of the story in disjointed, overlapping bursts. It took Lin Mo quite a while to piece together the fragments and form a coherent picture. These 23 women all came from the same origin, not a tiny tribe, but a significant, large-scale settlement. However, the large settlement itself was divided into smaller subtribes, each managing its own people and affairs, while all reporting to two central figures, a chief and a queen. Above them was a council of elders. This hierarchy was far more elaborate than Lin Mo had anticipated. This wasn't some loose, unorganized primitive tribe. This was a society with the early structure of administrative order. A chief managed practical matters. A queen, what did she oversee? And the elders? What powers did they hold? How many people were in this large settlement? Where was it now? And most importantly, what was their relationship to Aya and these women? They barely scratched the surface of the conversation before it was interrupted by the relentless rain. But what Aya shared wasn't some kind of epic tale of heroics. It was a story of a group of people who hadn't done anything wrong, being exiled from their tribe. It all started when something fell from the sky. The people in the tribe didn't know what it was, so they treated it as a blessing from the heavens and worshipped it. But instead of bringing good fortune, this strange object triggered inexplicable transformations, starting with the women in the tribe. Upon reaching adulthood, they began to grow, larger and larger, until they looked like Aya does now. Aya was the first to change, and soon, even the tribe's leaders began to fear her. After deliberating, the higher-ups set a rule. Anyone who transformed would be exiled to fend for themselves. No discussions, no trials, just banishment. Then it happened to Aim. She transformed as soon as she came of age and was cast out, crying, only to be found by Aya. Then it happened to another and another. Over the span of 6 months, more and more women were forced out of the tribe's borders. Gathering together, their sheer size made hunting animals a challenge. Creatures fled the moment they saw them. Even the tribe's traditional hunting grounds were inadvertently disrupted by their presence. Eventually, the tribe organized and drove them even further away. During one rain-soaked migration, 2 of their own died. When Aya reached this point in the story, her hand went to her chest. She shook her head, her eyes shimmering with tears. The 22 other women mirrored her gesture, wearing the same pained expression. None of them knew how to hunt, surviving only on wild fruits and vegetables. Their tribe had long issued a strict command. They were forbidden from returning home. Lin Mo listened to their tale, but didn't immediately respond. Instead, he observed 2 key things. First, these women weren't a group of ignorant primitives. The fact that their tribe could sustain a population in the thousands, with leadership roles, cultural practices, and rules, even down to crafting clothing from animal hides, spoke volumes about their intelligence. They were raised in a structured society. Their weak language skills were just that, linguistic limitations, not a lack of intellect. Second, he decided it was best to stop viewing this world through the lens of Earth. The sooner he accepted this as a completely different world, the easier things would be. After hearing their story, Lin Mo set up a pot in the cave and began cooking. He made a stew with meat, added salt and ginger slices, hoping to lift the spirits of the downtrodden women. He would regret it later. He shouldn't have let them eat so much. After Aim went to sleep, Aya decided it was time to unleash the thoughts she'd been bottling up for who knows how long. 3 days later, the rain finally stopped. Lin Mo kicked open the bamboo door, 2 dark circles under his eyes, and took a deep, restorative breath of fresh air. For the first time in days, he felt like life was tolerable again. Mo, what are we doing today? He turned back. Aya was standing there, her skin pale and smooth like cool porcelain. Her deep, striking features looked even sharper, enhanced by a certain effortless allure she seemed entirely unaware of. Compared to 3 days ago, she was practically a new person. Lin Mo hesitated for a second. They needed to come up with a plan for what to do next. The storm might be over, but Lin Mo's first priority wasn't to relax. It was to check the daily intel. The heavy rain over the past few days had completely destroyed the tribe's traps and scattered the prey that once roamed near their territory. The dried meat they'd stockpiled was depleting alarmingly fast, hundreds of pounds consumed in just a few days. You had to understand, fresh meat shrinks down to less than a third of its weight when turned into jerky. While it looked like a substantial supply, it simply wasn't enough to sustain everyone. By the time the rain stopped, the pressing threat of food shortages had become all too real. There were a few key notes in the intel, and Lin Mo read them over and over. 800 meters to the east, 3 wild goats were on the brink of starvation, too weak to move. That was the easiest source of meat. No chasing, no elaborate hunting strategy, just a quick trip to finish the job. Lin Mo immediately decided they needed to go after them. But one piece of intel stood out far more. 2 kilometers south, in a patch of tall grass, a 1,000-pound saber-toothed tiger was gravely injured and barely clinging to life. The direction it was in, the saber-toothed tiger was heading towards the great tribe. Even when healthy, this creature was one of the most dangerous predators in this vast wilderness. Now, dying and dragging itself toward the human settlement, its intentions and implications needed no further explanation. Perhaps it was injured by the violent storm or defeated in a fight against another fierce beast. Whatever the reason, the 2 kilometers separating it from the tribe didn't leave much time for preparation. 2 more pieces of information were worth noting. 1 kilometer northeast, in the forest, several ironwood trees had been struck by lightning. This type of timber was incredibly dense, making it a rare and invaluable material for construction and weapons. That single lightning bolt had saved the tribe a considerable amount of effort in harvesting. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers southeast, a wild horse had apparently wandered off from its herd and was lingering nearby. A wild horse symbolized speed and carrying capacity, opening up a completely different set of possibilities, but it was currently out of reach. At the moment, the great tribe was bustling with recovery efforts. The fallen wooden barricades were being reinserted and reinforced, bamboo water channels were realigned and secured, and the ground was being thoroughly cleared of scattered branches, dead leaves, and other debris carried in by the storm. Lin Mo surveyed this scene of activity and could sense one thing. This tribe had weathered the storm intact. Not one person had been broken by the ordeal. Rather, it felt as though the experience had made them tougher, more resolute. He turned to Aya, spoke briefly, then grabbed his weapon and started walking east. 3 dying goats would be the guaranteed haul for the day. But Lin Mo couldn't stop thinking about something else, the saber-toothed tiger. With only 2 kilometers between it and the tribe, it was inching closer. He didn't know how much further it could push itself or how much strength it had left. If he went out to hunt today, he'd need to carefully calculate his direction and distance. Some of the tribe's food needs would need addressing today, but so would the tiger. Its fate would likely be sealed by day's end. The torrential rain had pounded the land for 3 days straight. The tribe's food reserves were down to a few strips of dried meat, hard, chewy, barely sufficient for survival, and certainly not enough for the long term. Scanning the faces around him, Lin Mo took note of how their physical strength was dwindling, but there was still determination in their eyes. With a quick command, he told everyone to pick up their bamboo and bone spears. Together with Aya, who would lead the team, they headed back into the rainforest. The problem was the rainforest wasn't the same forest it had been 3 days ago. The relentless wind and rain had wiped away any tracks and paths. Trees had been leveled, vegetation crushed, and the trails they had previously discovered were gone. Aya used a small knife Lin Mo had given her to cut through the obstructing brambles, while Lin Mo sat perched on her shoulders, gripping her neck for stability as he scanned the ground ahead with the utmost attention. This arrangement made practical sense. A higher vantage point offered better visibility in the dense jungle environment. Whoever spotted danger first stood the best chance. And it wasn't long before Lin Mo saw something. Not far ahead, a massive black snake was slowly making its way across the ground. It was an impressive 8 meters long, its glossy scales shining despite the dim light. What was unusual, though, was its sluggish pace, unnaturally slow. With a single glance, Lin Mo understood. The snake had recently gorged itself, its swollen belly making any movement a struggle, even lifting its head. This was an opportunity. Aya, there's a snake. Let me down. Despite all her time spent with Lin Mo, the sight of the enormous snake stirred an instinctual fear in Aya, the deep-seated respect and terror humans naturally felt toward predators. Even Ame, standing beside her, visibly flinched. Yet neither of them retreated. They couldn't. Not when Lin Mo had already brandished his bone blade, his expression focused and unwavering. The contrast was all the motivation they needed. Action spoke louder than words. Same strategy as always. I'll take the head. You all go for the body. We're bringing it back for dinner. The effect was immediate and electrifying. A group of older women, clearly dreaming of snakeskin shorts, emerged, inspired. The vision of sleek, shiny snake leather edged with metal glinting in the firelight wasn't just a reward, it was fuel for determination. They tightened their grips on their spears, suddenly brimming with resolve. Lin Mo approached the snake with measured precision. His bamboo spear extended forward. He stepped firmly, thrusting with both arms. The spear pierced through the snake's neck. The skeletal structure there was much softer compared to its head, and the spear slid through almost effortlessly. Yet Lin Mo didn't dare relax. Even a near-death serpent could lash out with deadly force. He jumped back, narrowly dodging a sweeping strike from the snake's tail. Aya was already rushing forward, her spear flying true as it struck the snake's midsection. Without hesitation, she ran to grab the spear's end, helping Lin Mo immobilize the upper part of the snake's body. Ame planted a firm foot on the snake's thick body, driving her bamboo spear downward with practiced efficiency. The others followed, a coordinated assault of sharp bamboo tips stabbing into the snake in quick succession. Within moments, the snake's writhing was subdued entirely. Lin Mo delivered the final blow. With one firm stomp from his boot, he crushed the snake's head entirely, snapping bone and halting the flow of venom. The giant serpent, at last, went completely still, its threat nullified. Lin Mo stood over the carcass, catching his breath. And then, standing there, he felt it. He was stronger. Not just a little, but significantly. There was no time for reflection, though. He turned and called for Aya to hand him the knife, only to suddenly notice that both Aya and Ame's faces were flushed bright red. Aya, usually pale with cool undertones, now looked like a glowing ember. Ame seemed almost dazed, her eyes darting. Lin Mo's first instinct was concern. Had they somehow ingested venom? But he quickly ruled it out. The snake's head had been under his control from the start. It wasn't possible. He looked from one to the other for a moment, then sighed wordlessly. The snake was gutted, its meat sectioned, and its skin carefully preserved. The haul of fresh meat and sturdy snake hide meant they hadn't wasted this trip. Silently, Lin Mo pocketed the snake's dark green gallbladder, keeping it hidden from view. It could prove useful later. Once the resources were divided and packed, Lin Mo climbed back onto Aya's shoulders and resumed guiding the group. The hunt wasn't over yet. Their next targets were the 3 wild goats noted in the system's information. Somewhere ahead, they waited. Snake meat was edible, but the goats symbolized much more than a single meal. Milk, wool, and a continuous source of nourishment. They weren't just food, they were assets. The rainforest, having been reborn after the storm, had shifted the terrain. Where the goats were now and what condition they were in, Lin Mo couldn't say for sure. What he did know was the direction, and his knife was already in his hand. Collapsed on the grass, his chest rising and falling with rapid breaths, Lin Mo couldn't even muster the strength to flee. Earlier tonight, he had planned to make a nourishing lamb soup with snake gallbladder, the recipe already vivid in his mind. But he put his knife away. It wasn't out of pity. He had discovered something far more valuable than this evening's meal. 3 female mountain goats, all pregnant. He could faintly see the outlines of the unborn kids moving inside their bellies. These goats weren't ordinary, either. They had the horns of a mountain goat, but were covered in thick, fluffy wool like sheep. The wool was white, dense, and, most importantly, water-resistant. In a time when even basic fabric was scarce, Lin Mo understood the worth of this discovery better than anyone. Wool, milk. If these 2 resources could be harnessed reliably, the warming needs of the tribe over the next decade could be secured. The immediate problem was that the 3 goats were on the brink of collapse, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Lin Mo poured fatigue-relieving spring water from his flask directly into their mouths, giving each a thorough drink. Afterward, their eyes seemed brighter, their bleats louder. Amy and the others were foraging for wild greens and returned to see the goats beginning to eat. This reassured Lin Mo. The goats could still be saved. Carrying nearly 200 pounds of mountain goats back to the tribe was no small feat, but no one suggested slaughtering them, especially after Aya relayed Lin Mo's words to the group. The goats have babies. Everyone understood what that meant. Back at the camp, Lin Mo first settled the goats in a cave, then immediately organized work to expand the fence and create a goat pen. Made from bamboo panels, the enclosure was sturdy and quickly constructed. By the time the new pen was complete, all 3 goats were able to stand, nestled quietly together, resting. Lin Mo glanced at the goats briefly before turning to deal with another matter. The steadily growing collection of dried animal hides accumulated by the tribe, including sheepskin, snakeskin, and deerskin. The older women of the tribe were excitedly handling the hides, exchanging eager glances as they waited for Lin Mo, the only person who knew how to craft durable and attractive clothing from the materials. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head, resigned. After all, this was his tribe, and this kind of work was his responsibility. However, just then, he checked the daily alert panel as he typically would, and was reminded of something he hadn't forgotten: the dying saber-toothed tiger. 2 kilometers to the south, it was steadily moving in their direction. Though barely clinging to life, it hadn't stopped, inching forward slowly but purposefully. Lin Mo stared at the report in silence for a moment. A heavily injured saber-toothed tiger could be more dangerous than a healthy one. You never knew when it might suddenly lunge or how much strength it still had left. And now, it wasn't far from the tribe. The faint growl in the distance seemed to press down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. It wasn't an ordinary roar. It was broken, raspy, and labored, as if the tiger were hanging on by sheer willpower, forcing its body forward step by step. Lin Mo peered out through the gaps in the fence, though the dense brush obscured his view. He didn't need to see it with his eyes, though. The alert panel was clear. The tiger was now only 100 meters away from the tribe. How long had it taken the tiger to close the distance from 600 meters to 100? The scent of blood guided its unsteady steps. Despite slowing with every step, it hadn't stopped. And that was the tricky part. An injured beast was far less predictable than a healthy one. Its survival instinct, not its hunting strategy, was now driving it toward the scent of meat. The moment it entered view, you wouldn't know just how much strength it still had. Lin Mo wasn't going to wait around for answers. He never waited. The trap was already in place long before the tiger entered the 100-meter range. Only one path was left open at the clearing's entrance, flanked by barriers of dense brush and piles of twigs, forcing anything approaching to take that single route. At the end of the path, about 15 pounds of snake meat lay scattered on the ground, its bloody aroma wafting into the air. 8 bamboo ropes were hidden behind the path, tied to a towering tree over 10 meters tall. Would a weakened saber-toothed tiger, barely able to walk, stop when it saw the bait? No, it wouldn't. It couldn't. Lin Mo swallowed a snake gall raw, the bitterness searing down his throat. But shortly after, his body ignited with a sharp clarity. Every sense heightened, his hands steady, his eyes sharp. He crouched behind the fence, holding his composite bamboo bow, the arrow already nocked. Back in the cave, everyone else had followed his orders and was hiding inside. The bamboo door was shut tight, long spears in hand, waiting for his signal to charge. Aya crouched at the cave entrance, her breathing quick, face pale. She had never seen a saber-toothed tiger, but its roar was enough to strike terror deep into her blood, an instinctive fear from the depths of evolution. Just hearing its growl was enough to make her legs feel weak. Amy knelt beside Lin Mo, her gaze locked on him. Her hand reached out halfway toward him before she withdrew it. She knew this wasn't the moment. Instead, she communicated her emotions silently with her unwavering stare. Lin Mo didn't look back. Growl, growl. The rustling of the brush grew closer. 100 meters, a distance a healthy saber-toothed tiger could cover in under 10 seconds. But this one was dragging itself slowly forward. The slower it moved, the more effective the trap would be. A starving predator's judgment only worsened upon finding food. Lin Mo's fingers tightened slightly on the bowstring, his eyes fixed on the path's entrance. Wait, just a little further now. This was a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-tall saber-toothed tiger, with a gaping wound in its abdomen so deep that its heart was nearly visible. For anyone else in the tribe, their first instinct upon hearing of the tiger's approach would have been to lock the gates. Lin Mo's first reaction had been to double-check the traps. There was no retreat. The tribe's caves, food stores, and hundreds of pounds of snake meat, everything he had painstakingly built, would be lost if he ran. The problem was, he couldn't do this alone. Behind him, his most formidable allies, Io and Amy, were breathing so fast it was as though their hearts might leap out of their chests. Their hands trembled on their weapons, barely holding on. The older women of the tribe, standing behind them, were in even worse shape. The two of them were already huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, their weapons clattering to the ground. Lin Mo didn't bother with any philosophical speeches or profound reasoning. He simply placed his hand firmly on Aya's chest, then repeated the action on aim. Just that, a simple motion, without a word spoken. But they felt it, that steady, unshakable force emanating from him. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice into a soft, almost conspiratorial whisper. Grab those weapons from the others. In a bit, you'll throw them out and charge with me. Take down the beast, and there'll be rewards. Despite his words, the two still hesitated, visibly uneasy. They weren't quite convinced. Lin Mo, having ingested snake gall earlier, had a higher body temperature and was running low on patience. He decided to play his trump card. Kill it, and there'll be hugs. And salt water. That did it. The simple promise lit a sparkle in their eyes. Silently, the two began collecting the rudimentary weapons, bamboo spears and bone-tipped javelins, from their petrified tribe members, weapon by weapon. When the saber-toothed tiger appeared at the corridor entrance, Lin Mo took one good look at its condition and felt a subtle wave of relief wash over him. The beast was clearly at the end of its tether. Blood still oozed steadily from its abdomen. Its eyes were unfocused, its movements labored. Every step seemed to drain what little vitality it had left. Under normal circumstances, one leap from this creature would easily cover 10 strides of distance. Now, it could barely keep itself upright. It caught the scent of the snake meat nearby, an instinctual glint flickering in its dim eyes. One halting step after another, it approached the pile of snake meat. Lin Mo already had his bamboo bow drawn tight. On either side of him, Aim and Aya gripped their bone blades tightly, their expressions grim and focused. 3 more steps. 2 more steps. Snap. The trap triggered seamlessly. Bamboo-woven ropes snapped taut, tightening like a noose around the tiger's neck. It thrashed violently, the entwining fibers digging into its flesh as it struggled, but the more it fought, the deeper the ropes bit. Lin Mo didn't falter. Arrow after arrow went flying, a rapid series of strikes sinking deep into its neck and the gaping wound on its abdomen. 8 arrows in total, each with ruthless precision aimed for vital points, especially the spot where its exposed, dying heart still pulsed weakly. Now, go now, Lin Mo bellowed. The bamboo gate burst open with a swift kick. Aya and Aim surged forward without a second of hesitation, driving their bone-tipped spears with careful accuracy into the tiger's vulnerable belly. The saber-toothed tiger bellowed, a deafening, soul-shaking roar. By then, Lin Mo had already charged in with a long bamboo spear measuring 5 meters. Holding it firmly by its base to maintain his distance, he plunged it into the creature's exposed heart with deadly force and began twisting hard, making sure the fatal blow was absolute. The tiger's cries dimmed. The furious roars turned into faint whimpers, and finally, silence. Aya and Aim added a few more stabs for good measure. When Lin Mo saw the light finally fade completely from the tiger's eyes, he let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding for what felt like eons. In this rainforest, even just hearing of such a creature would send most people running for their lives. But Lin Mo had lured the beast into his trap and had personally driven the fatal spear through its heart. Yes, it was a tiger on the brink of death. But how many others in this rainforest would have had the courage to try? When the massive beast collapsed, Lin Mo let himself drop right onto the ground, sitting. He wasn't physically exhausted. Rather, it was the realization that struck him, a profound epiphany that rippled through his mind. The rules of this world weren't what he had initially thought. Killing the tiger wasn't just about survival or safety. He had calculated it all beforehand. If they retreated, ceding territory to the wounded top predator, eventually, the tiger would recover. And when it did, it would dominate the region completely as the new apex. Driving it out then would cost far more. Setting this trap, bringing it down, those weren't optional steps, they were necessary. But what truly left him momentarily stunned came after. He approached the tiger's abdomen, carefully slit it open, and without a second's doubt, cupped the hot blood that poured out to his lips. It was warm, not just in temperature, but as if liquid fire was surging into his chest. It erupted within him, igniting something primal and untamed, filling every nerve and muscle with raw, pulsating energy. That's when it hit him. This wasn't an ordinary saber-toothed tiger from Earth. The creature resembled one. But whatever coursed through its veins wasn't ordinary animal blood. The moment he swallowed it, he could feel his heart racing, his blood pumping harder and faster. His body was rapidly absorbing something different. Even before he was certain, his instincts moved him to roast another piece of the meat over the fire. Meanwhile, the entire tribe had emerged from hiding. When they saw Lin Mo standing beside the towering dead tiger, flanked by Aya and Aim, they didn't speak. They dropped to their knees in unison. In their eyes, killing a saber-toothed tiger wasn't just heroic. It was a miracle, a divine act, the kind that commanded the entire tribe's deepest reverence. Lin Mo barely cast a glance at the kneeling figures. He turned to the others with a brisk command to start processing the tiger meat. The 1,000-pound beast wouldn't keep. It had to be cleaned, salted, and smoked immediately. He brought out the salt spring water he had tested previously, safe, pure, and almost as good as fine-quality salt. Working shoulder to shoulder with them, he showed them each step: washing, curing, smoking. However, his focus remained fixed on the piece of meat roasting over the open flame. When it was ready, he ate it straight away. That moment, molten heat surged through him as though liquid magma were flooding his veins. It coursed down his throat, filling his chest, and Lin Mo almost thought he might explode on the spot. He said nothing, retreating to the cave alone to process whatever was happening within. All night long. The next morning, when Lin Mo emerged from the cave, the tribe turned their heads towards him. In their eyes, there was fear, but also an inability to look away. Calmly, Lin Mo sat down and began eating the tiger broth stew prepared earlier. One piece at a time. Steady, composed, as though nothing unusual had occurred. But he knew. A lot had happened. His muscles felt denser, packed with power. His strength surged. His heartbeat drummed louder and more forcefully. His blood flowed faster. Even his senses of hearing and smell had sharpened visibly. His perception now edged sharply, like he could pluck details from the air itself. Finishing his meal, he set the chopsticks down and turned his gaze to a 10-meter-long, half-meter-thick log in the clearing. He wanted to test something, but he didn't act immediately. Glancing back into the cave, he noticed that both Aim and Aya were still groggily asleep. Lin Mo looked away, his expression resolute, a quiet determination settling in his eyes. This thought had crossed his mind before. Now he was certain. Ame and Aya were certainly not ordinary people. It wasn't about them being particularly intelligent or athletic. No, the reason lay in the fact that after Lin Mo consumed tiger blood and organs, his body underwent obvious changes. Yet these two women, no matter how much physical exertion they experienced during the day, would always wake up the next morning as if they'd just had the best sleep of their lives. That kind of physical condition was clearly beyond what normal humans could achieve. In this world, fierce beasts could directly enhance a person's physique. But these two women, exactly what were they? This was a question Lin Mo decided he could no longer brush aside. He stood outside the cave for a long time, replaying in his mind everything that Aya had told him. The mysterious object that had come from the sky was the energy source of their original tribe. It had granted those women extraordinary physiques and strength. But what was even more critical was this. Lin Mo had come to realize that not only could he activate their abilities, but he could also siphon that power for himself. The implications of these two discoveries combined were something Lin Mo understood better than anyone. However, that mysterious object had reached the end of its lifespan. The last woman to receive its power told him that after Aya left the tribe, its energy began to decline. By the time the final transformation was completed, cracks had appeared on the object. Her towering height of over 2 meters had been the last gasp of its power. In other words, that supply chain was completely severed. The women from the great tribe would become irreplaceable, likely the last giants in this world. And Lin Mo, he was the only one who could interact with the core of their power. He didn't linger on the thought further and turned to the tiger skin lying nearby. There was plenty of material and a variety of skins. Lin Mo got to work cutting a set of clothes for each person, sleeveless tops and tightly wrapped shorts that covered all the essentials. There wasn't enough leather for fully enclosed outfits, but these were miles better than grass skirts. He demonstrated patiently, teaching them how to put the clothes on and take them off, showing more kindness than he typically did while hunting. They learned quickly. It wasn't a matter of intelligence. They simply lacked prior knowledge in this area. Once the task was done, Lin Mo set aside some leftover material and made 2 more tailored sets of clothing for Aya and Aim. Aim was fast asleep and missed the whole process, sparing everyone the drama that may have otherwise arisen. Lin Mo had confirmed one thing. They did have a sense of modesty. When they put on the animal-skinned clothes for the first time and realized they no longer needed to worry about accidental exposure, their visible relief mirrored that of any regular humans. At the end of the day, their prior state had merely been a practical response to dire circumstances, damaged clothing during migrations, torrential rains that ruined what little they had left. They had simply made do. Lin Mo cast an approving glance over the group in their new attire, nodding in satisfaction. This was the first step he wanted to take. No matter how primitive the environment, civilization must always be the direction to strive toward. After wrapping up the clothing project, Lin Mo approached the tiger skeleton and tested its weight. About 400 pounds. He lifted it with ease, careful not to overexert himself. He did some mental calculations. His current power threshold must be nearing 600 pounds. The tiger bones were resilient. Lin Mo began selecting the sturdiest pieces, discarding those he could snap with his hands. The ones that resisted snapping were smashed with stones, then ground down against the cave wall into useful shapes. Bamboo ropes soaked in fatty oils for added durability were tied together with bone to create tools. As he was grinding away, one of the women, bold and curious, came up to him and spoke hesitantly. Mo, me try this? Lin Mo glanced up at her. He recognized her. This wasn't the first time she'd made herself noticeable in his presence, whether it was when they returned from hunting, gathered around the fire eating meat, or when the water supply was established. She always managed to get close by. Her almond-shaped eyes were striking. She looked about Aim's age, standing just over 2 meters tall. She didn't carry Aim's mature allure, but instead had an undeniable mischievousness about her. She was the last one to leave the original tribe, the most junior member of the great tribe. Your name is Aching? Lin Mo asked. Her eyes immediately lit up. The task of shaping tiger bones went well into the afternoon. Lin Mo didn't keep track of the exact time. All he knew was that when he finally secured a 30-centimeter long bone spike, wrapped it with bamboo rope and leather, shaping it into a claw-like weapon for his right arm, he felt a rush of accomplishment. The sensation of wielding it was nothing like being barehanded. He grabbed a piece of smoked meat from the ground, casually tossed it back down, then thrust his right arm swiftly forward. Thud! The bone spike pierced cleanly through with no resistance. With the hardness of the tiger bone and his current strength, Even a buffalo would stand no chance. Lin Mo squinted at the puncture wound for a moment, his lips curling into a subtle smirk. This world had no shortage of wild beasts, and now he finally had a close combat weapon that wouldn't break under pressure. Beside him, Aching tilted her head, watching him with a curious, slightly puzzled look, as if saying, "What's Big Brother up to?" This girl couldn't understand most descriptive or abstract language, but mirrored Lin Mo's every action with precision. Stop, she'd stop. Faster, she'd hurry. Her simple obedience felt strangely efficient to Lin Mo. He sent Aching off to bathe and rest, while he lit a fire outside the tribe's cave. Under the cover of night, he continued crafting tools from the remaining tiger bones. Bone spears, bone knives, bone saws, bone chisels. Each one slowly took form. There had only been one tiger, the bones were limited. But not a single fragment went to waste. He worked through the night and didn't return to the cave until the early hours. By the time Lin Mo stepped inside, everyone was asleep. He scanned the room. The villagers looked visibly healthier than they had days ago. With food to eat, clothes to wear, and salt water to drink, they were no longer the fragile and scattered group they had been upon his arrival. Lin Mo lay down next to Aim. Half asleep, she opened her eyes briefly, recognizing him, and smiled quietly in the dark. Aya stirred as well, softly murmuring, Mo. Quiet. Lin Mo cut her off gently, and then lay still, as plans for the days ahead churned in his mind. Shoo, quiet down and sleep. The girls unexpectedly obeyed, though they couldn't help but giggle quietly and exchange playful glances. Lin Mo couldn't suppress a grin either. It was hard to define what it was exactly, but it was something he'd never truly possessed back on Blue Star. When dawn broke, Aya put on the beast-hide clothes and feathered crown Lin Mo had crafted for her. She carried herself with a regal demeanor as she issued commands to the tribe members, exuding an air of authority and discipline. Her queenly presence brought a sense of order to the entire tribe. Meanwhile, Im clung to Lin Mo like glue, trailing after him wherever he went. Every so often, she'd sneak a kiss on his cheek, giggle, and continue shadowing him. The two women expressed their affection in completely different ways. Aim was all about physical closeness, while Aya demonstrated her care by efficiently managing the tribe, ensuring that Lin Mo had a safer and better environment to live in. Lin Mo didn't need some friend system or glowing notifications to understand how they felt. That much was obvious. He took Aim with him to check some traps he had set earlier. The journey was uneventful and free of danger. That was to be expected. After a storm, animals typically scatter, and the area remains quiet for a while. But it wouldn't stay that way forever. Animals fleeing the rain elsewhere would eventually migrate to this area. Lin Mo was familiar with this rhythm of nature, so he wasn't in a hurry. The tribe didn't lack meat at the moment, anyway. With food, clothing, shelter, access to the rejuvenating spring, and the impending completion of the salt springs pipeline to secure their salt supply, the tribe's needs were stabilizing. Sheep's milk, eggs, wool, and even ginger were now being produced steadily. From having nothing, the tribe had come a long way. Lin Mo knew they were no longer in survival mode. The most perilous stage was behind them. Now, it was time to focus on productivity. Late at night, Lin Mo had gazed at the stars and pondered something. If this world held secrets beyond his understanding, was there even the slightest chance he could return to Blue Star? So much here defied the laws of physics and logic he knew. If the very rules of this world were so unconventional, then no possibility could be entirely dismissed. This thought didn't spark anxiety in him, it invigorated him. Because whether or not he could return, this world deserved his best efforts. At present, his priority was to check on the traps and see what the aftermath of the storm might have revealed. Fishing in the river yielded quite the surprise. At first, pulling on the fishing net, Lin Mo thought it was just a heavy stone. It weighed the net down considerably, but nothing struggled in it. He had Aim hold the net steady as he squatted down to examine it. A solid chunk, weighing about 200 pounds. His initial thought was to curse his bad luck. He'd apparently hauled in a rock. But when he hauled the object to the riverside and took a good look, he discovered golden-hued minerals embedded in the stone, gleaming even after being submerged in murky water. Gold. No, not quite. Lin Mo scrutinized it more closely and shook his head. Copper was a more likely candidate. A single storm had widened what used to be a modest creek of 4 or 5 meters into a roaring 10-meter-wide river. It had churned up the riverbed and, as a bonus, delivered to Lin Mo a piece of copper ore. That kind of luck left Lin Mo stunned for a few seconds. The fishing nets also contained other treasures, about 20 large fish weighing 3 to 5 pounds each, along with dozens of smaller ones. A catch like this would have fed the tribe for days in the past. But Lin Mo's thoughts weren't. Asterisk, let's feast today. Asterisk instead, he immediately considered. Asterisk, stock the fish pond. Asterisk, the key to solving food security was sustainability. Back at the tribe, Lin Mo dumped all the fish into the pond. He called Aya over and instructed, feed them wild greens, leaves, and fruits every day. Once they start reproducing, we'll have a steady supply of fish. Aya caught on immediately and organized the others to expand the fence and build bamboo gates for the pond, something Lin Mo had long planned but was finally putting into action today. With the tribe matters delegated, Lin Mo turned his attention fully to the copper ore. Here was the dilemma. The copper ore itself was useless unless smelted and forged. But the problem was, ordinary wood couldn't burn hot enough to melt copper. Worse still, Lin Mo had no iron hammer, no proper furnace. He lacked all the basic tools for metallurgy. Transitioning from a Stone Age to a Bronze Age society was no small leap, and he knew it. He glanced at the pile of giant dragon bamboo nearby. The name, giant dragon bamboo, was something he had coined himself. He wasn't even entirely certain it was bamboo. He'd never tested its properties in fire, either. Generally, bamboo burns hotter and faster than wood, but whether it could generate enough heat to smelt copper was uncertain. Today, there was only one way to find out. If the giant dragon bamboo could sustain the required temperature, Lin Mo resolved to gather more when he went to finish the salt spring pipeline. This could be the start of his journey into copper metallurgy. As he tried to break the ore into smaller fragments, the rock unexpectedly shattered into 3 distinct pieces. Seeing this, Lin Mo paused, startled. The 3 fragments revealed entirely different appearances. One was a dark, gray-black chunk with lots of impurities. It was iron ore. Another was a bright, soft, and fine-textured piece of high-purity quartz, not directly useful, but good for making jewelry. The third piece was golden at first glance, but, up close, was unmistakably high-grade copper. Its purity looked to be above 60%, meaning it could potentially be smelted and used directly without extensive refinement. The issue was that Lin Mo's kiln had an opening too small to accommodate the original 200-pound or lump, so breaking it apart had been necessary. However, this presented a fresh problem. The kiln combusted. A sudden boom interrupted the tribe's regular activity. The women paused their work, startled. Aim looked up first and noticed the kiln had split open. Lin Mo approached and was greeted by an intense wave of heat emanating from the giant dragon bamboo. The flames were far more ferocious than he had anticipated, and the kiln couldn't withstand the pressure. It was impressive, yet now also problematic. Without a crucible, where would the molten copper go? Lin Mo quickly crafted a solution. He took a bamboo tube to the river, collecting sand and clay to shape a thick-walled, heavy-bottomed crucible. With a diameter of about 30 centimeters, it wouldn't hold much, but it would be enough for now. He dug a pit in a roaring fire, filled it with blazing wood charcoal and giant dragon bamboo, and carefully buried the crucible. Inside, he placed fragments of copper and iron ore. Test before trust. The crucible was heating up, and Lin Mo wasn't idle. He picked up an iron ore, aimed at a piece of copper ore, and swung it down hard. Iron is harder than copper. That's basic physics. Each strike left a dent in the copper, and he kept hammering along the same marks. With the rhythmic clang, a 5 or 6 pound chunk of copper was finally chipped off. Lin Mo picked up the piece of copper and turned toward the crucible. As the molten copper was poured into the mold, Lin Mo held his breath, motionless. This was his first time completing the copper smelting process in this new world. He had skipped the purification step, a shortcut that saved time and effort but ran the risk of producing a knife that might be brittle and prone to chipping. Failure wasn't something he hadn't considered. He just didn't care much. There was plenty of ore left to give it another shot if it didn't work out. But the result, when the mold opened, caught him off guard. The issue wasn't the shape. The knife's outline was complete, a foot and a half long, with a solid, weighty blade. The problem arose when he tried to cut off the sprue using his small blade made of folded steel, a knife known for its durability. To his surprise, it took significant effort, and a few shallow scratches were left on the edge of the folded steel blade. Lin Mo stared at the marks, momentarily stunned. Folded steel was the hardest material he currently had on hand. Yet this unrefined copper managed to leave scratches on it. That meant the hardness of this blade had surpassed typical bronze. The copper in this world wasn't the same as the copper on Earth. In fact, calling it copper might even be a misnomer. He grabbed a stone and spent 4 patient hours sharpening the blade to a fine edge. Then he walked up to a massive dragon bamboo, raised the knife, and thrust. Crack! The tip didn't bend or splinter, it pierced right through. With a follow-through slice, the 5-meter-tall bamboo split in half and toppled to the ground in 2 pieces. He propped up another stalk, turned, and swung the blade in a horizontal arc. With a sharp swoosh, the bamboo's thick stalk, several dozen centimeters in diameter, was cleanly severed. The cut surface gleamed as if it had been freshly planed. The knife turned out far better than he had ever anticipated. From behind him came the sound of applause. It was a group of women sitting by the riverbank after soaking their feet. Ame was among them, her bright eyes fixed on him with admiration. Lin Mo didn't say much, simply sheathing the knife into a makeshift scabbard he had crafted from leather, and then heading back toward the furnace. He had more to do. The knife solved one issue, giving him a reliable tool for close combat. But close combat wasn't supposed to be their primary strategy. In this camp, he was currently the only one capable of holding his ground and charging directly at a wild beast. Even Aya, who at 2.5 meters tall was usually steady and composed, hadn't faced real danger yet. As for Ame, it wasn't even worth discussing. Lacking experience from hunting in their youth, neither of the women had the composure or will to stand against a predator with a weapon in hand. It wasn't a capability issue, it was a matter of experience. So while close combat was his role, he couldn't always be the sole shield. He needed to provide tools the others could actually use, tools that could keep them safe from a distance. His mind had already planned out the next batch for the furnace. When the array of copper tools was finally laid out, the firelight reflected off them in a brilliant golden hue. The tribe gathered around the bonfire, captivated by the sight. Just yesterday, they had only rocks and sticks to rely on. Lin Mo had worked tirelessly, smashing and melting 100 pounds of copper ore, pouring it into molds and cooling it, from morning until late afternoon. The result? A decent collection: 10 copper saws, for copper hammers, over a dozen knives, axes, hoes, shovels, and a batch of arrowheads. These weren't ornamental, they were practical tools. The copper saws were handed to Akwing, who led others in sharpening them. Ame, Aya, and the other tribespeople joined in, diligently grinding each tool until they were razor sharp. By the end of the day, another project had quietly reached its conclusion. Aya, with her towering height, had effortlessly constructed a 3-meter-tall bamboo fence encircling the entire camp. She even secured a sturdy bamboo gate at the entrance. From that day onwards, no wild beasts could breach their defenses, and outsiders couldn't peer inside. The combination of these 2 victories brought about a reaction Lin Mo hadn't predicted. The tribespeople started smiling. Genuine, carefree smiles, a lightness that could only come after letting their guard down. By the bonfire, some began to dance, while a group of older women burst into song. Lin Mo couldn't understand a word of the lyrics, but the melody seemed to unravel something tightly wound in his heart. Safety, something so ordinary for some, was an unparalleled luxury for those who had lived every day on edge. Still, as night fell and it was time to sleep, the atmosphere in the cave took an amusing turn. Ame wasn't exactly known for her singing voice. That was an established fact among the tribe, and it had become a running joke. Aya, trying to maintain order with her authoritative presence, ended up as the butt of jokes herself. Apparently, her singing was no better than Lin Mo's. The cave erupted in waves of laughter. Aya flushed red, attempting to restore order, but the noise only slightly died down. Lin Mo sighed, genuinely wanting to get some rest, but Ame kept grinning at him. The next morning, as he stepped out of the cave and stretched, there she was again, Ame, already waiting for him. These past days, life had been kind to Lin Mo, and it showed. A 3-acre yard, fenced by a sturdy 3-meter-tall bamboo enclosure, with a solid gate sealing off the outside world. Inside, there were sheep pens, a fish pond, and a thriving flock of chickens. More than 60 hens pecked at the ground. Chicks scurried behind their mothers, and the fish pond's clear water glimmered as fish occasionally leapt out in lively arcs. The 3 mountain goats were plump and healthy, their round bellies a testament to their good care, and the arrival of newborn lambs seemed imminent. What had once been an empty plot of wilderness had been painstakingly transformed by Lin Mo into a flourishing little settlement. As he sat in the yard in the early morning, with Amei and Aya by his side, the cheerful voices of the tribe echoed nearby. Lin Mo flipped through his daily report, scanning for noteworthy updates. The first 3 entries were all good news. 2 kilometers to the east, a herd of nearly 200 wild rabbits. The tribe had just relocated and was planning to settle down in this area. About a kilometer northeast in the forest, a few ironwood trees had been struck by lightning. This type of wood, known for its high density and strength, was a rare treasure for construction. Nearby, the stream that ran by the tribe had widened, and with it came an increase in the fish population. And then, there was the 4th report. 2 kilometers due south on flat ground, there was a stray wild horse wandering aimlessly. Lin Mo paused for a moment. A wild horse. Then came the 5th piece of intel. At the entrance of the tribe's settlement, an abandoned wolf pup lay there, barely alive. He lifted his head and glanced toward the gate. "There seems to be something at the entrance," he said, squeezing Aya's hand gently. He stood up. "Let's go take a look." At the entrance, the little wolf lay limp, its breaths weak and shallow. Its grayish-white fur was dull, and its size was no larger than a human forearm. Aya and Aim's initial reaction was not pity, it was caution. In this world, wild animals weren't pets. A lone wolf pup could very well mean its ferocious parents weren't far behind. Aim pulled Lin Mo's arm immediately and said bluntly, "No, it's too dangerous." Aya nodded in agreement, advising him not to invite trouble. But Lin Mo squatted there, watching the tiny creature that seemed to be on its last breath. His thoughts were on a completely different track. He was wondering, could wolves in this world be tamed? If it could be domesticated, it might become the tribe's first guard dog. If not, or if it didn't make it, burying it would be the worst-case scenario. The risk was minimal, but the potential upside was invaluable. And so, he picked up the little wolf pup and carried it into the goat pen. The 3 mother goats watched him with expressions that could only be described as "here we go again." They didn't react aggressively, but looked on indifferently. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head and started milking one of them. The wolf pup's problem was simple, it was starving. Without its mother's milk, it was slowly wasting away. Lin Mo dipped his finger into the goat milk, delivering small drops to the pup's mouth. Initially unresponsive, the little creature seemed to have some innate sense triggered by the smell. Slowly, it began to crawl, unsteady, but desperately reaching out for his finger. The tribe folks gathered around silently, watching as the small pup drank until its tiny belly was full. After finishing, it flopped over and fell into a deep, undisturbed sleep. Lin Mo placed it onto a pile of dry grass and stared at the gray-white bundle for a moment, saying nothing. Whether it survived would be up to the pup itself. If it lived, they could talk about what came next. That day's reports had a few more notable points to consider. The ironwood trees struck by lightning weren't an urgent matter. The increased fish activity near the stream could be useful. And the wild horse 2 kilometers south of the camp remained somewhere nearby. Lin Mo read over the details about the wild horse, but decided to hold off for now. It wasn't practical to chase it at that moment. If the horse continued wandering in the area, it meant it wasn't planning to leave anytime soon. He tucked the idea away for later. The major gains of the day came from the traps set near the creek. Lin Mo and Aim hauled back over 300 pounds of fish to supplement the tribe's fish pond. The rest of the tribe, after checking the other traps, only caught a single snake, which Aya had killed with a spear. A modest catch, yet still a victory to some extent. The torrential rains had driven off most of the game in this stretch of forest. It was going to be a quiet hunting season for a while, but Lin Mo wasn't worried. The tribe's current food supply was robust enough to weather an entire month without any additional harvest. As for moving the camp, he dismissed the idea outright. Move where? Even if they relocated to a place with more wildlife, the next heavy rain would just empty it again. Better to stay rooted and build something permanent. In the pile of dry grass, the grayish-white wolf pup slept soundly, its little sides rising and falling with each breath. At the moment, it was nothing. But Lin Mo had a feeling. This wasn't the end of that story. 2 days later, Lin Mo wrapped up the tribe's operations around the salt spring. The spring was encircled, accessible only to the tribe members. But the salt water itself posed a potential risk. This, after all, was an earth. He couldn't say for sure what effect salt water might have if it seeped into the soil. For all he knew, it could act as a catalyst for plant growth, or it could sterilize the ground entirely. Playing it safe, he dug a shallow trench 500 meters away from the main camp, channeling the spring water outward. The results? Only time would tell. During the same period, bamboo was being hauled in like crazy. Giant bamboo stalks, cut into 5-meter segments, accumulated in mounds around the settlement. They'd gathered over 1,000 pieces, enough to provide the framework for housing. But after this effort, the entire tribe was ready to collapse. Lin Mo himself was exhausted, but he had noticed something very peculiar. Pulling Aya aside, he examined her hands. 2 days of chopping and carrying heavy loads, yet her palms were as smooth as ever, not even a hint of calluses. He then looked at Aim's hands, followed by Aching's, Ahua's, one after another, every woman in the tribe. The conclusion was clear. These people were far from ordinary. Their skin wasn't just soft, it was unnaturally pristine. And none of them had body hair. After 2 days of grueling physical labor, their hands looked like they had never so much as touched dirt. Aim stepped in just in time, stopping one older girl, who had turned red but hesitated to leave, from protesting Lin Mo's inspection too much. Yet, the discovery couldn't be ignored. Lin Mo stroked his chin but didn't say another word. No wonder. Dinner that evening consisted of salted tiger meat stewed with wild vegetables. It wasn't just good, it was addictive. The more they ate, the harder it was to stop. However, after everyone had eaten their fill, the entire cave seemed to warm up noticeably. Not just Lin Mo, everyone was fanning themselves, the atmosphere growing subtly strange. Lin Mo didn't think much of it, though. His mind was already on tomorrow. Sitting beside Aya, he asked her quietly, "Do you know what a house is?" Aya squinted for a moment before sitting directly on the ground. With her finger, she drew a simple shape on the dirt, a rectangle at the bottom, topped with a triangular roof. Lin Mo was dumbstruck. It was the classic outline of a wooden house. For her to sketch out the structure like that meant she hadn't just heard of it, she had lived in one before. Sitting up straighter, he probed further. "Your old tribe, you all lived in houses like this?" Amy nodded her head in agreement and added, "As kids, we lived with our families. When we grew older, we had our own space. But as adults, we were driven away." Aya elaborated further. In her original tribe, every family had large homes. When children turned 10, they moved into their own small huts beside their parents. Upon reaching adulthood, the chief or queen would arrange their partners. At this point, Aya paused. Lin Mo didn't push her to continue. But it was enough for him to reevaluate the woman standing before him. A woman who was always serious about what she did, her hair perpetually a tangled mess. She wasn't some wild woman raised in a primitive jungle. She came from a tribe with homes, order, and a complete, rich culture. But where was that tribe now? And how had she ended up leaving? As she spoke, Lin Mo began to truly understand it all. He had always assumed that the tribe lived in caves and used stone tools because they were fundamentally locked in that state, deprived of knowledge, stagnant in civilization, equipped with nothing but what had been handed down for generations. But Aya shook her head. Pouting slightly, she said, "No, we were exiled with nothing. We left everything behind. We only knew how to make fire and gather food. We came out with empty hands." Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. Aya pointed to her knees and then her stomach. "Our animal skin clothing used to cover down to here," she explained. "But by the time we got here, everything had torn apart. It was only enough to cover so little." That's when it hit Lin Mo. The way they dressed now wasn't about custom or tradition. Their clothes couldn't last the journey. They had walked too far, been soaked by too much rain, and didn't have any other options. When Lin Mo designed those animal skin outfits earlier, he had felt proud of his thoughtfulness, ensuring they provided basic coverage. But now he realized that what Aya and her people used to wear were proper skirts reaching their knees. He had unwittingly reduced that to shorts barely keeping them warm. He shut his mouth, saying no more. Aya and Amy exchanged a glance. Their expressions changed subtly. Normally gentle and cheerful, their looks now carried something deeper, something laced with sadness and, yes, a trace of resentment. Back then, during the relentless rains, they had no shelter but trees. They couldn't light fires, couldn't find food, and their damp clothes clung to them miserably. All they had was each other, clinging together for warmth, struggling just to stay alive. It wasn't until they found this cave that they finally had a chance to breathe. "At least we have you, Mo," Aya said, pressing a hand to her chest with genuine gratitude. "We're not hungry, we're not cold, and even in the heaviest storms, we're not afraid anymore." Amy didn't say a word. She lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss on the top of Lin Mo's head. "I like you, Mo," she said softly. Lin Mo stayed silent for a moment, then raised his head to meet Aya's gaze. His voice was resolute. "From now on, you won't go hungry. You'll have proper homes, and you'll wear warm, beautiful clothes." "All right." Aya's eyes brightened instantly. "Really? Starting today, we'll build." When Lin Mo set his mind to something, he didn't waste any time. He'd already gathered plenty of bamboo, and by mid-morning, the group had divided tasks. Amy, with her considerable strength, was the fastest at splitting the bamboo. Aya, patient and meticulous, used a copper knife to slice the bamboo into thin strips, weaving them into ropes. With over 20 people working together, by afternoon, they had already amassed a substantial amount of materials. Lin Mo's planning was ambitious. The house was to span 20 meters in both length and width, with the foundation anchored deeply by long bamboo poles driven into the ground. When someone asked why it needed to be so big, Lin Mo didn't offer much of an explanation. He simply hefted a bamboo beam onto his shoulder and got back to work. His strength had grown immensely since first arriving, not that his smaller frame showed it. He could lift 500 or 600 pounds with ease, completing the work pace of several men by himself. By nightfall, the foundation and flooring were nearly done. Aya walked around, inspecting the progress, hardly able to believe her eyes. "Mo, you really know how to build a house. I said I'd deliver, and I meant it." She broke into a gleeful smile. The house was still just an outline. Its skeletal frame stood tall, but it was far from ready to be lived in. Lin Mo calculated in his head. They'd need ongoing supplies of materials and an even faster pace to complete it soon. It was only the first day, a humble beginning. But the beginning had begun. When Xiongzhe announced the tribe's decision to migrate, Mengha clenched his fists tightly. Not because of the migration itself, but because of Xiongzhe's final words. "Find those 25 women. Their power will be used to bring prosperity to our tribe." This wasn't a search mission, it was a hunt. The chain of events leading up to this decision started 10 days ago. After a fierce storm, the tribe's sacred godstone shattered. No one could explain where the stone had originally come from. But there was one thing everyone agreed upon. It had limited power. And before being exiled, Aya and her companions had absorbed the majority of it. The little bit of energy that remained spread throughout the tribe, leading to an unexpected change. Suddenly, every tribesperson could speak fluently. Their speech became smooth and articulate, a stark contrast to their previous stammering. That alone was an incredible advantage in their time. But it wasn't enough for Xiongzhe. He didn't just want fluent conversations. He wanted the core power that the 25 women still carried within them. To make matters more urgent, rival tribes had also begun migrating southward. A direct confrontation for resources and territory was inevitable. To dominate his enemies, Xiongzhe needed a major trump card. And to him, those 25 women were the ultimate prize. Inside the council chamber, more than 20 elders and leaders sat grimly as Xiongzhe laid out his plans. Not a single person voiced opposition, except for two. One of them was Feng Wei. She was Aya's aunt and, by title, co-ruler of the tribe alongside the patriarch. But long ago, she had vowed not to engage in tribal affairs until Aya returned. It wasn't out of apathy, but out of bitter understanding. She knew that no matter what she said in that room, the outcome wouldn't change. She had opposed the exile of the 25 women with all her strength. And yet, they were exiled anyway. Worse still, the majority of the Godstone's power had already been absorbed before they were forced out, leaving Xiong-Zhe empty-handed and furious. He had gained nothing from their banishment, but he had thrown his own daughter, Aya, into a world of storms and despair. A new beginning marks the end of one chapter. But Lin Mo knew this peace wouldn't last. It wasn't just the troubles within the tribe. There were other forces lurking nearby, radiating an air of danger. Their lives, this new land. It was all still in its infancy, too fragile to withstand much. Aya's trust, Aim's dependence, and the calmness gradually returning to the girl's eyes. They all became a weight on Lin Mo's shoulders. He wasn't exactly the heroic type, but he understood. Now that he was in the thick of it, there was no turning back. The rain outside grew heavier, accompanied by the sound of wind battering the bamboo house, as if announcing an approaching storm. Lin Mo double-checked the information panel in front of him, his mind calculating the next move. He knew Xiongze's team wasn't the only issue. There was more than one threat hiding around them. In the stillness of the night, the sound of steady, almost relaxed breathing echoed gently through the bamboo house. Lin Mo closed his eyes but didn't relax. A plan began to take shape in his mind, the path ahead growing clearer. It wasn't just about protecting this place anymore. It was about making it unshakable, a land no one could easily reach for. As dawn approached, the rain stopped. A new day arrived, bringing with it a fresh set of challenges, but Lin Mo was ready for them. The fate of this land had become intertwined with his own. "Bring it on," he muttered to himself, his words carried by the morning breeze into the nearby bamboo forest. "If they want to play this game, I'll see it through to the end." Aimee was decisive. If her family didn't want her, she didn't want them either. She now had far more than what they could ever offer. Having managed to keep these two people in the tribe was undoubtedly a good thing. But the dwindling resources mentioned in recent intelligence and the approaching herd of wild boars reminded Lin Mo of something else entirely. While the bamboo structures had been erected, signs of life had returned to the tribe, and the sounds of human chatter filled the air. The once hidden large tribe was now being noticed by the surrounding world. The days of peace would not last much longer. The remaining hours that night under the bamboo roof were far from quiet, carrying on until sunrise. Lin Mo pushed open the door and wandered over to the edge of the fish pond, soaking his feet in the water. When Aya emerged, her feathered headpiece was meticulously in place. Her expression carried a regal composure, and her steps were half a pace faster than usual. She passed him by without making eye contact and headed straight for the mountain cave. "We've been through enough like an old married couple," Lin Mo teased lazily. Aya ignored him, picking up her pace and leaving without so much as a glance. Right behind her, Aimee hesitated, seemingly wanting to approach Lin Mo, but ultimately following Aya's lead. Lin Mo didn't ask what had happened near the communal bath. He didn't need to. He had a pretty good guess. After a restless night, the tribe members likely bumped into one another in an awkward situation at dawn, creating an uncomfortable scene. However, it was far more telling that Aya, with an air of authority, had summoned everyone with the curt command, "I have something to say." Everyone to the cave. She wasn't there to address last night's awkward encounter. She, like him, had noticed the real issue at hand. Resources were vanishing. The wild boar herd was closing in, and unseen forces were moving nearby. The large tribe was no longer hidden from the world. What came next required a clearer strategy. The title of Chapter 44 was fitting, asterisk to be a chief, loyalty or death, asterisk. The situation was progressing in that direction. 5 days. It was a full 5 days before Lin Mo finally stepped out of the bamboo structure. His first encounter upon leaving? A woman named Awan, an older sister figure in the tribe, approached him with a grilled snake gallbladder cradled in both hands. She had harvested it herself from one of the traps, salted it, grilled it to perfection, and then, brimming with sincerity, gazed into his eyes and said, "Chief, I like you." Lin Mo swallowed the grilled snake gall. Awan, blushing furiously, bolted away, leaving only the sight of her retreating figure. Hardly recovered from this interaction, another figure, a towering woman over 7 feet tall, offered him a string of tiger bone earrings. She didn't utter a single word, but the gesture itself spoke volumes. Though Lin Mo wasn't one for jewelry, he accepted it nonetheless. More offerings trickled in over the next few days until his bamboo room was practically brimming with gifts. Feeling utterly drained, he waved it off and said to Aya and Ame, "Take the tribe to check on the traps. I'm staying in today. Be careful on the road." The others departed in high spirits, leaving Lin Mo alone. He leaned back, looked up at the sky, and let out a long sigh before saying 2 words, "Burned out." Afterward, he drank from the spring water that supposedly restored vitality, gnawed on some jerky for sustenance, and slowly regained his energy, though still in a daze. Reflecting on the whirlwind of the past 5 days, he murmured to himself, "This has been the most unforgettable stretch of my life." Shaking off the thoughts, he stood up and began his routine patrol of the tribe. First stop, the goat pen. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't imagining things. 3 goats had become 10. 7 little lambs were soundly napping, while the 3 adult goats stood there with almost smug expressions, as if fully aware of their accomplishment. Watching this, Lin Mo remained silent for a moment before the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. During those 5 days, he hadn't been idle either. The women of the tribe were becoming stronger, more resilient, and even appeared to be glowing with vitality. This, in turn, coincided with his own physical growth. His strength, speed, and endurance had visibly improved. It was the way things worked here. The more you put in, the more you got out in return. But that was just the immediate reality. The bigger picture loomed ahead. Just 5 to 6 kilometers east of the large tribe, another group of people had taken root, establishing their own survival outpost. Lin Mo's decision to step up as the chief wasn't merely about rallying his long cooped-up tribe members. It was also because he had already seen this development coming. Now that other settlements were starting to emerge in the vicinity, it was time to establish the tribe's dominance. His role as chief was clear. Those who belonged to his large tribe were his people, no questions asked. As for the other tribes out there, if they wanted to survive, they'd have to offer loyalty and prove their worth. Otherwise, they had only 2 options. Lin Mo's calm gaze fell upon the bare bones of his meal. Setting them aside, he stood up. The lambs were still asleep. The women returning from the cave wouldn't be long now. And as for the group 5 or 6 kilometers to the east, it was time they realized that this land already had a chief. In the center of the tribe stood a 10-meter-tall tree. Lin Mo approached it, and, despite his not yet recovered state, gave it a forceful shove. The tree did not merely sway, it distinctly shifted. Letting out a heavy breath, Lin Mo gauged his current strength. A single punch? Around 2,000 pounds. Testing his hypothesis, he struck the tree forcefully. Bark splintered outward, and the trunk bore a deep, unmistakable dent, as if carved by a blunt tool. This kind of strength, only 6 months ago, was beyond anything he could have imagined. It all began with the sacred stone. In the large tribe, the women's skin tones had brightened from sun-kissed wheat to a paler shade, all while their strength, stamina, and overall physical abilities surged in unison. Lin Mo himself had reaped the benefits and lit the spark for these changes. But now the sacred stone was gone. Its absence brought with it one inevitable implication. Other tribes could very likely possess stones of their own. This thought lingered heavily as Lin Mo spent the last several days analyzing intelligence reports and meticulously scrutinizing information received from contacts like Meng Ha and Feng Weiyu. His conclusion was indisputable. A large tribe had already relocated to a position only 6 kilometers from them. 6 kilometers, a distance neither too close to ignore nor far enough to dismiss as insignificant. Separating the 2 tribes was a wide river, dense thickets, and challenging terrain, which had thus far concealed Lin Mo's tribe. The other group, focused on rebuilding, was preoccupied with the plentiful resources to their north and south, leaving them no reason to venture east for now. For the time being, direct confrontation was unlikely. But Lin Mo placed no trust in the words "for the time being." He had already uncovered nearly everything about them. There were now 862 people in the group. Along the migration, 200 to 300 had perished. Some died from illness, others froze to death, some were killed by wild beasts or snake bites. Leading the group were Xiongzhe and Feng Weiyu, one being Aya's father, the other Aya's aunt. Supporting them were 28 elders, each overseeing a small tribe of about 30 to 40 people, ranging from the very young to the very old. The structure was organized and stable. The ability to communicate clearly with one another was a gift from the sacred stone. This wasn't a ragtag group. It was a highly structured and enhanced tribe strengthened by the sacred stone. And now, it was stationed just 6 kilometers away. The river served as a natural barrier, but it wasn't a fixed boundary. Prey roamed, resources depleted, and tribes expanded. Lin Mo didn't intend to wait for the other side to make the first move. He turned back to his tribe, examined the remaining bamboo, and began calculating dimensions in his head. How far could a 20-meter-tall lookout tower give visibility? Around 1 to 2 kilometers, just barely adequate. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than nothing. Putting up the tower would at least provide early warning about approaching threats. Meanwhile, Xiongzhe was roasting a rabbit with his own hands, but Feng Wei didn't even glance at it. The two of them were alone, but the atmosphere was colder than the desolate wilderness outside. Xiongzhe sighed and said, "With so many people in the tribe, Aya will be fine." Implicitly, he was urging her to stay, to set her mind at ease, and to remain here. Feng Wei didn't look back. "I will lead my people away," she said, her tone carrying the weight of a decision made long ago. Xiongzhe wasn't ready to give up and tried another plea. "We're partners." Finally, Feng Wei turned her head, her gaze as empty as an endless, barren plain. "From the day my sister died, the day Aya was born, you became the chieftain and I became the queen. We're merely two leaders of the tribe, managing separate aspects. That's all we are." She paused. "Back then, when you thought my sister and I loved you, you knew the truth all along." Her words were like a blade cutting through. To understand the hatred, one must turn back to years before. Feng Wei's father had been the chieftain of the Yi tribe. One year, as their strength dwindled, they came into conflict with Xiongzhe's tribe. Facing annihilation, the young Feng Wei used herself and her sister Feng Xia as bargaining chips to save her father and the rest of their people. It wasn't a marriage, it was captivity. The two sisters were traded to Xiongzhe's tribe, their freedom exchanged for a sliver of survival for their own people. Later, Feng Xia bore Xiongzhe a child, Aya, and died in childbirth. From that day, Feng Wei's sole focus became crystal clear. This man was her enemy. Xiongzhe likely hadn't expected her to be so resolute. His expression darkened, and he played his trump card. "Feng Xia has been gone for so many years. You don't even know if your father's tribe still exists." He didn't finish the sentence before her anger shattered the tense peace. "Say that again," she seethed, "and I swear, even if it kills me, I'll reunite with my father and lead my people to wipe you out." She stood abruptly, placing her hands over her lower abdomen, her steps steady and firm as she walked out the door. Without turning back, her voice rang out, sharp and clear. "Let me tell you this. Since the day I stepped foot in your tribe, I've only ever seen you as my enemy. And now, you will pay for the words you just spoke." Outside, 10 seasoned hunters were waiting for her. Though their faces bore the erosion of age, the killing intent in their eyes hadn't dulled a bit. These 10 were once sent alongside Feng Xia and Feng Wei to the tribe, but their loyalty had never wavered. They remained E-tribe members, now and always. After Feng Wei left, they didn't follow. They aimed their arrows directly at Xiongzhe, unmoving and unyielding. Xiongzhe's gaze hardened, his voice dripping with menace. "If you die, and I imprison her again, exactly how is your father supposed to rescue her?" None of them responded, but the 10 bows remained drawn tight. They knew the truth. As long as they lived, their queen wouldn't be able to safely escape. So they stayed, not to flee, but to sacrifice themselves for a worthy cause. With these 10 lives, they were buying Feng Wei's chance for freedom. Elsewhere, in the larger tribe, Lin Mo was busy constructing the lookout tower. It wasn't easy, but he wasn't entirely alone. At 25 meters high, the tower provided visibility for up to 3 or 4 kilometers on flat ground. But in this dense forest, it reduced visibility to barely 2 kilometers. Standing on top of the platform, Lin Mo scanned the northeastern horizon several times. There were birds over there, a lot of them, scattering rapidly in all directions. They weren't foraging. They were fleeing. He couldn't see further. Trees 30 meters tall blocked his view entirely. To survey within a 10-kilometer radius, the tower would need to be 100 meters high. But in this jungle, a storm would topple the tallest structure first. Lin Mo accepted this limitation. For today, this was enough. Descending the tower, he saw smoke rising from the tribe's cooking fires. Over the past 10 days, animals had slowly returned to the area. In this jungle, rain fell in one place today, and sunlight bathed another tomorrow. Prey never lingered in one location for long. Now the tribe had a steady supply of meat and fish, preserved foods, wild fruits, and even a reliable source of salt water. Luxuries Lin Mo couldn't have imagined just 2 months ago. That night's meal consisted of rabbit, fish, and a pot of preserved meat stewed with mushrooms. The pot included types of fungi Lin Mo had never seen before, with varying hues from deep to pale. Just as he was about to ask whether they were edible, Ame confidently interjected, "Lin Mo, we're expert foragers. We absolutely know which ones are safe and which aren't." I didn't explain much. She simply picked up her chopsticks, lifted a piece of mushroom, and handed it to him. "This one boosts energy." Lin Mo opened his mouth and ate. Aya paused for a moment. She had always been the one to be fed by Lin Mo. For it to be the other way around made her heart beat faster for no reason. She quickly grabbed another piece. This one read, "This one gives strength." Lin Mo nodded, sat upright, and opened his mouth again. Not wanting to be left behind, Ame reached toward the pot. "Zay's person. She's with me. You don't have to believe me, but at least tell me this. Why are you running? Who's chasing you?" Feng Wei's gaze remained ice cold, and she clutched the wooden box in her arms tightly, not loosening her grip one bit. Her eyes, fixed on the man wielding the blade with such clean precision, were a mix of anger, doubt, and something else buried deep but unmistakable, a desperate hope overshadowed by despair. "If Aya is really still alive." She finally spoke, her voice hoarse and low, as if squeezed out from the depths of her throat. "Why wouldn't she come find me herself?" Lin Mo blocked a wolf lunging toward them, forcefully sweeping it aside with one heavy strike. Without turning his head, he replied in a low voice, "She's right here with me. She fell asleep in my arms tonight. She thinks you're fine. She has no idea what happened to her sister, because, unless you tell her, she'll never know." For the first time, a flicker of change appeared in Feng Wei's eyes. She finally relaxed her grip on the wooden box and stepped slightly back, though her body was still taut like a drawn bow, ready to run again at any moment. Lin Mo, as if aware of her hesitation, spoke in a firm tone, suppressing both the sound of the blade and his heavy breathing. "Running won't work. The wolves are on your trail. You can't escape. Tell me the truth. I'm here to help you, not to drag you back." Feng Wei hesitated for a few seconds, staring into the calm determination gleaming in the man's eyes. She finally spoke, biting out her words with a mix of hatred and pain. "Xiongzhe," she spat through gritted teeth. "They killed my little sister. And they'll come for Aya. They're trying to destroy our entire tribe. I can't let them win." Lin Mo tightened his grip on the copper knife and said in a low voice, "Then stop running tonight. I'll make sure you get back alive. Whatever debts there are, we'll settle them together." The howls of the wolves sounded again, this time much closer. Feng Wei silently nodded. For the first time, she allowed a faint glow of trust to surface as she looked at this strange man. "Don't make me regret trusting you, stranger," she said in a low voice. Her tone was cold as steel, yet laced with a yearning for someone to finally keep her safe. Lin Mo didn't answer. Instead, he turned his gaze to the night sky, quickly evaluating the situation. He whispered to himself, "This woman's stubborn, but she's tough. Good. Very good. Let's go, Feng Wei. Tonight, we survive." He made his final statement, swiftly choosing a direction and shielding her as they retreated into the dense forest. The peaceful night was once again disrupted by the howls of wolves. But this time, they wouldn't have to struggle alone. "The queen." Feng Wei frowned. The word hung in her ears like the opening of a story she'd never heard before. "What's your name, and where is your tribe located?" "Lin Mo." "As for where, the moment I deal with this pack, I'll take you to see her." Before Lin Mo could finish, a gray wolf circled around him and leapt straight at Feng Wei. Reacting on instinct, he lunged after it, pinning the wolf to the ground. His bronze knife struck true. Rising to his feet, He positioned himself squarely in front of Feng Wei, shielding her from harm. They stood only 20 paces apart. For the first time, Feng Wei got a good look at his face. Before she could say a word, more wolves emerged, closing in from all sides. It wasn't the 6 wolves that truly startled Lin Mo. It was the blade. When the dust settled, the last wolf lay several feet away, sent flying by Lin Mo's blow. He stood there, blood soaking his arm, a bite wound on his leg, breathing hard but upright. He scanned the area, looking for Feng Wei. Not seeing her, he heard her voice instead, faint but steady, coming from the low grass nearby. "I'm here." She was crouching, a freshly plucked herb clenched in one hand, a shining dagger in the other. It didn't have the rough, natural look of a stone blade. It was iron. Lin Mo didn't comment, but added this detail to his rapidly forming suspicions. Iron weapons weren't something you'd expect to see on an unaccompanied woman wandering through this desolate landscape. He casually hefted the bodies of 4 wolves, 2 under each arm. In the moonlight, Feng Wei studied him for the first time. This man had fought the entire pack, held his ground despite taking hits, and killed the last wolf without faltering. His first question after the fight wasn't about himself or the wolves. It was, "Where's Feng Yi?" Feng Wei tossed the herbs to his feet, her tone icy. "These will ease the pain. Eat them so it doesn't hurt so much." Lin Mo pocketed the herbs without hesitation, acknowledging her with a curt, "Thanks," before saying directly, "You're coming back to the tribe with me. I is alive. Once you meet her, you'll know I'm not lying." Feng Wei tightened her grip on the knife. "How many people are in your tribe?" she asked. "Including me?" 24. The tip of her knife tilted upward slightly. "It's not 26 because we lost 2 in a storm during migration," Lin Mo replied plainly. Her grip on the knife loosened. After a moment's pause, Feng Wei's expression softened slightly, and she began questioning him amid her uncertainty about Aya's health, the food supply, her well-being. Lin Mo interrupted her. "You'll know everything once you're there. What reason would I have to make up lies when you brought me here for this exact reason?" Without waiting for her answer, he turned on his heel and urged her to help drag some wolf carcasses back, saying the tribe could use the pelts. Feng Wei didn't move right away. Instead, she lifted a half-human-sized wooden chest, her blade still in hand. She didn't say what was inside, but the way she handled the box showed that it carried far more significance to her than wolf skins ever could. "I refuse," she said firmly. Lin Mo, seeing her resolve, didn't argue. He turned to lead the way. After a few steps, he asked casually, "Hey, Auntie, do you know the Xiongza tribe? Got some beef with them?" Her tone promptly turned sharp. "That's none of your business." Without pressing further, Lin Mo continued walking. But he filed it away in his mind. Alone, at night, on the wild plains, armed with iron and dragging a mysterious chest, and visibly agitated at the mention of a specific tribe, this woman's story ran far deeper than she let on. Feng Wei's leg was bleeding, though adrenaline kept the pain at bay for now. True aches would come later, once the rush wore off, and that moment arrived sooner than she expected. Following Lin Mo at a distance of about 10 meters, she dragged her box along with a slight limp. Though she tried to maintain an air of alertness, hunger gnawed at her insides, and her wound oozed steadily. It drained her strength bit by bit, as though her body were wrung dry of the last drops of energy. Lin Mo didn't push her to hurry. Every so often, he glanced back to ensure she was still following him before moving forward. When her labored breathing became notably heavier, he stopped abruptly. Without getting too close, he tossed 2 items toward her, a water flask and a strip of jerky, which landed at her feet. Feng Wei didn't reach for them right away. She stared at the offerings for several moments before her stomach betrayed her resolve with an audible growl. Slowly, she crouched down. The moment the jerky touched her tongue, she froze in surprise. It wasn't gamey, but richly salted and laced with grease, dissolving into much-needed energy within a few bites. The flask gave her some trouble, but she eventually pried it open and gulped deeply. Sweet. This wasn't just water. Whatever it was, the dull ache in her leg receded noticeably after drinking it. She didn't say much. Pushing the jerky into her pouch and clutching the flask, she stood up again and curtly said 2 words, "Lead on." Though she didn't offer thanks, the tension on her face eased just a little. When they arrived at the tribe, Feng Wei froze in her steps. The bamboo walls were taller and sturdier than she'd imagined. The texture was solid, the joints meticulously crafted. The bamboo gate resisted her push not because it was crude, but because of its sheer weight. It had been built with care and permanence. This wasn't some temporary settlement. Lin Mo set down the wolf carcasses and motioned for her to wait on a bamboo chair, saying he'd fetch Aya. Feng Wei sat without protest. Not because she trusted him yet. Her leg had simply gone numb, and she couldn't stand any longer. Seated there, she scanned the surroundings. The stove, drying herbs, neatly stored supplies. Something deep within her began to shift, ever so slightly. From the large house, a young girl named Ame burst out, flinging herself straight at Lin Mo. She hadn't even spoken before she noticed the blood smeared across his hands, face, and clothes. Aya stood still, her brows instantly knitting together in deep concern. "Momo, your hand." "I'm fine." Lin Mo grasped both of their hands without further explanation, offering only one sentence. "Aunt Feng Wei is here." For a moment, there was silence. Ame looked up, her face blank with confusion, clearly not catching up to the situation. Aya turned her head, her expression frozen as if she had just heard a completely unexpected name and didn't know how to react. Over on the bamboo chair, Feng Wei's eyes settled on the figure approaching from the direction of the large house. That silhouette. She momentarily forgot the pain in her leg. As Aya threw herself into that familiar embrace, Ame stood rooted in place, lowering her head. To anyone else, this scene might have been a simple reunion. But as Ame watched, her eyes welled up, not with happiness for Aya, but with sorrow for herself. Aya had someone, an aunt who had crossed great distances and braved hardships to find her. Ame had no one. Her father had abandoned her, so had her mother. It had always been this way. Lin Mo noticed something was off in her demeanor and asked gently. Ame shook her head, whispering that it was nothing, though her voice started to tremble as she admitted, I have no home." Lin Mo didn't say much. He simply pulled her into a hug and softly assured her, "You have me." Ame buried her face in his chest, nodding as she began crying, full on, like a child. Meanwhile, Aya and Feng Wei didn't exchange a single word. They simply held on to each other in a long, silent embrace. Feng Wei was the woman Aya called Aunt Feng, the person who had raised her. Feng Wei had come searching for her legs riddled with cuts from brambles and wild grass along the way. Their embrace carried peace, but Feng Wei's sharp gaze missed none of her surroundings. She noticed Ame clinging to Lin Mo, then saw Aya glance back to say a quick, "Thank you," before casually leaning in to kiss Lin Mo on the cheek. Without missing a beat, Aya moved on to call the tribespeople for assistance. The gesture had been so natural that it immediately raised a question in Feng Wei's mind. On this journey, Feng Wei had acquired the powers of the divine stone, enhancing her intuition and perception beyond the ordinary. What she observed was far more than just those actions. When she approached Lin Mo for some herbs, she took the opportunity to study him. Then her gaze shifted to Aya and Ame. Their skin tones, it was uncanny, were the same pale hue. This kind of similarity wasn't normal. As the tribespeople gradually returned with herbs, they managed to tend to the immediate medical issues. But Feng Wei wasn't ready to set aside her suspicions. She came straight to the point, asking Lin Mo directly, "You're with Ame now, but what exactly is your relationship with Aya?" Her question instantly caused both Aya and Ame's faces to flush with embarrassment. Lin Mo paused briefly before offering an ambiguous yet reasonable answer. They had been through a lot together and shared genuine feelings. Feng Wei didn't respond to his explanation. Her concern wasn't that Lin Mo might be lying. It was the fear that Aya and Ame didn't even realize that they might be caught in some kind of deception. Aya was like a daughter to her. She had watched her grow up and knew her temperament well. Aya had a pure and stubborn nature. Once she committed to something or someone, she wouldn't look back. People like her were often the easiest to take advantage of. Feng Wei didn't press further for now, but kept her watchful eyes on Lin Mo. This man had fought off a pack of wolves alone earlier tonight, shielding her in the process. She noted this in her mind. But noting it didn't mean she was ready to let her guard down. She needed to figure out exactly who this outsider was, how he'd managed to stand between these two women, and why they seemed so willing to accept it. This story was far from over. Feng Wei was no ordinary woman. She was the queen of the entire Xiongzi tribe. For years, no man had ever dared approach her. Yet now, here she sat by the campfire, barefoot, as this man knelt on the ground before her with strange items in hand. That bag, those bottles, that white cloth. None of it looked familiar to her. Feng Wei's eyes were fixed on Lin Mo's pack, her gaze filled with curiosity and wariness alike. She'd already asked him earlier, "Which tribe are you from? Why do you speak so fluently?" Lin Mo could only give the vague excuse that he had gotten lost and ended up here. It wasn't a satisfying answer, but there wasn't a better story to tell for now. A more urgent matter at hand was her leg. Her legs bore numerous small injuries, and there was a mark around her ankle where rope must have bitten into the skin. Lin Mo glanced at it and immediately deduced what had happened. Aunt Feng Wei had been tied up earlier. Her shoes seemed to have been lost while crossing a river, leaving her bare feet especially tender, practically untouched by rough terrain until now. Just a few steps on the uneven ground had caused her feet to end up in this condition. He unzipped his medical kit, pulling out iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, and painkillers, setting them out one by one. Feng Wei's expression instantly turned frosty. "You're going to treat me with your hands?" Her tone wasn't a question, it was a rejection. The aloofness in her voice wasn't feigned, it came naturally. Still, Lin Mo hadn't missed the slight, instinctive movement of her toes curling backward. That subtle action betrayed the truth her words could not hide. She was in pain, quite a bit of it, though she was trying hard not to show it. Aya and Ame chimed in to reassure her. One said, "Trust him," while the other added, "Momo knows what he's doing." Feng Wei remained silent for a long time before reluctantly giving in, her voice as cold as ever. "Just be gentle." That was the furthest concession she would make. Lin Mo had someone fetch a basin of clean spring water, and he began by carefully rinsing her feet. The sharp sting made her let out a sound involuntarily. Lin Mo glanced up briefly before retrieving a painkiller from his pack and handing it to her. He explained that it would help numb the discomfort a little, though cleaning the wounds would still sting. If she couldn't hold back cries of pain, it was perfectly okay. Feng Wei didn't reply but swallowed the pill. After a while, her breathing grew calmer. There were 5 or 6 cuts on her feet. Most were shallow, but the skin was already starting to swell. Lin Mo dipped a cotton swab in iodine and began carefully dabbing each wound. "Ah!" she cried out again, unable to keep her composure. Lin Mo didn't pause, though. His hand remained steady as he moved on to the wounds on her foot and shin, quick but meticulous in his work. After finishing with iodine, he took out a tube of ointment, spreading it onto his palm before gently applying it to her injuries. The campfire crackled in near-complete silence. The tribespeople gathered around, watching but saying nothing. Everyone watched in silence as this man of unknown origins handled rare medicine no one had seen before, tending to the queen's injury with practiced efficiency. Feng Wei turned her head slightly, avoiding eye contact with him. But this time, she didn't refuse. She probably hadn't expected someone to squat down and touch her injured foot directly, without so much as an introduction or permission. After all, she was a queen, revered in her tribe, and no one would dare behave this boldly around her. But Lin Mo's movements were so swift that she didn't have time to stop him. The cool ointment was already applied to her wound, the initial sharp sting fading rapidly into an indescribable sense of relief and comfort. She didn't say another word. Instead, she watched him quietly, though a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. This man truly seemed to know what he was doing. Once the gauze was secured, Lin Mo stood up. Feng Wei's exhaustion had become impossible for her to conceal. He graciously offered her the large bamboo house for rest. Aya gave him a grateful glance before departing with Feng Wei, a glance with an unspoken promise that Lin Mo understood perfectly. What he didn't expect was Feng Wei taking Aya and Ame with her as she left. Officially, it was under the pretext of having something to discuss, but when her eyes momentarily flickered to the untreated wounds on Lin Mo's arm and leg, she said nothing more and simply left with the 2 women. Lin Mo rubbed the bridge of his nose, standing in place for a while, unmoving. He knew well enough, this wasn't just about talking. Feng Wei was feeling him out, testing him, and drawing invisible boundaries. Luckily, Aching, Ayu, and Awan didn't make him wait long. The three women pushed their way past the others crowding around him, knelt before him with shy blushes and teary eyes, and started arguing over who got to help him dress his wounds. Lin Mo dismissed the other eager onlookers, letting those three girls stay. The exasperation he'd felt earlier was mostly gone by then. In hindsight, maybe he should have accounted for himself when constructing housing. Now, he had no choice but to make do. By dawn the next morning, the three women were already there, carrying bowls of clean water and attending to him with such attentiveness that he couldn't help but smile. As they left, they began squabbling among themselves about something, their cheerful laughter ringing through the bamboo house and beyond. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Mo chuckled softly. This group of women, raised by his own hand, had turned the art of caring for others into second nature. However, thoughts of Feng Wei dulled his smile a bit. Lin Mo had it all sorted out in his mind. Sure, she might be a queen in her own tribe, and he was willing to respect that. But this was his territory. If she wanted to maintain her regal demeanor here, that wasn't something a mere Annie designation could achieve. Letting out a sigh, Lin Mo decided to postpone any confrontation. Instead, he headed off to deal with the four massive wolves he'd taken down the night before. Their carcasses still lay outside, awaiting him. If dragged over and skinned properly, those hides could easily produce 6 or 7 high-quality blankets. One step at a time. The matter of dealing with Feng Wei, well, that particular hurdle would have to be crossed sooner or later.